Chapter 9 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 9, The Chase. On the 2nd October, making it rather more than a fortnight since the arrival of the boat's crew, a man named Lydiard, being the first to awaken, quitted the cave and came into the open, where he yawned and stretched his arms and then slowly looked around him. It was blowing what sailors would call a royal breeze. Wings of dusky clouds sailed under the sky. The east was a moist purple, and the clouds came out of it stained with that tint, but before they gained the central heaven they changed into grays and browns with their skirts gilt by the sun. The stretch of coral sand was noisy with breakers which charged in cannon shocks and receded sweating, cruelly fingering long black lines of weed as though they were tresses of the land they were seeking to tear off. And the ocean was filled with lighted lines of seas, whose edgings of foam ran athwart in parallel archings, till the whole surge sank in its own splendor of whiteness. Loud was the organ thunder rolling from the stern abrupt which the island opposed to the sea southeast. The little piece of land was full of the music of the morning, and the seabirds glanced as they wheeled and slanted from dark shapes into bright. A second man came out of the cave. He was grim with a fortnight's growth of hair on face and head. "Anything in sight?" he asked. "Ain't had time to 'ave a look round." "I'm growin' buddy sick of this," said number 2. "I'm for making a start and chancin' it. That there Captain Reynolds ain't fur out, you lay. 7 months, he says, and nothin' showin', and 'ere we've been gettin' on more'n a buddy fortnight, and what's hove into view good for anybody but a blind man?" Here a third sailor came out. He was followed by Goodhart and the other people, whilst Reynolds was to be seen approaching from his crack in the dell. Just on that part of the island where the men stood, only a little piece of the ocean was to be seen. "Jim," said the boatswain, "run aloft up that 'ill and see if there's anything to report." "Good morning, Mr. Goodhart," said Reynolds. "Good morning, men." "Blamed slow work this, sir," exclaimed the boatswain. "I feel sometimes as if I could have swum the distance. 300 miles, ain't it? The English Channel's been swum." "Strike me silly," said a sailor, "if I wouldn't rather turn jellyfish than keep all on here." "Wait till you've had over 7 months of it," said Reynolds. "That's just what we don't mean to wait for, then," answered the boatswain, who, though he recognized Captain Reynolds' position as a master and gentleman, was heedful to assert himself as commander of his own little company, who would take their opinions from him, or at least submit to be advised by him, without allowing that Captain Reynolds, though a shipmaster, had the least authority amongst them. The man who had gone up the hill to report, having climbed about 100 feet, stopped to take a look, and no sooner were his eyes upon the sea than he pointed and yelled, "There she is, all a-growin' and a-blowin'! Sail ho! There she spouts!" On which everybody rushed up to him saving Goodhart, who followed very slowly and with pause. This time the whole of a ship's sails were in view, a square of white like a butterfly on the margin of a meadow. She was down away westwards, too far off for the trim of her yards to be discernible, and the hull of her was out of sight behind the sea line. Everybody but Reynolds saw her. At times he thought he caught sight of her, but his injured vision was betrayed by the white leap of the seas, and had he been alone, she would have passed unnoticed. "Which way is she standin'?" exclaimed the boatswain, panting with his hurry of limbs and excitement of spirits. "She's on the port tack," said the man who had reported her. This man had the best sight of any amongst them. In fact, it was as good as a little pocket telescope. "How's the wind?" cried the boatswain. "East," answered Reynolds. "If she's on the port tack," cried the boatswain, almost shouting with sensation, "and the wind's east, she'll be heading so as to be lifting her hull by the time that she's abreast of this island, and I'm for making for her and shoving right athwart her as she comes heading up, so as to bring the northeast point of this rock on her starboard quarter." This was closely followed and immediately understood by the men. "I'm ready." "So am I." "So am I." So were the whole 6. "Will you come, Mr. Goodhart, and take your chance?" shouted the boatswain to that gentleman, who was painfully and slowly ascending the slope. "I don't understand you," was the bald reply. The boatswain ran down to him. "There," he cried in his eagerness, catching hold of Goodhart's arm, "there's the ship. D'ye see her, sir?" "Yes, about 10 miles off," answered Goodhart, staring at the vision on the sea. "We're all for making a dead pull to wind'ard, so as to bring us within sight of her by the hour she's got the northeast point of this island on her starboard quarter. Will you come? There's no time to lose, sir." "You mean to pull windward against this sea and breeze?" exclaimed Goodhart, with a lift of eyebrows and a blank stare of wonder. "Yes." By this time the others had come down and were gathered round these two. "What d'ye mean to do?" said Reynolds. "We're a-going to row within sight of that ship," shouted the boatswain hoarsely, and with a danger signal in the tone of his voice. "I advise you not to try it, not against that weight of sea and wind," said Reynolds, striving to see the ship. "We shall lose her if we stand here jawing," cried a man. "You'll need to pull 8 or 10 miles to put yourselves within reach of her sight," said Reynolds. "What's her speed? You say she's on a taut luff. Call it 7. "Come on, all as means to come," roared the boatswain, smiting down Reynolds' reasoning as you might hit a man on the head with an iron pin, and away he ran in the direction of the creek where the boat lay, bawling as he sprang along, "If we stop, argufying, we lose her." Instantly the sailors followed, racing and leaping like schoolboys just let loose. "You'll report that we are left if you come up with her?" shouted Reynolds. A fellow flung his arm up in token that the request had been heard. Reynolds' heart was in that distant sail, which was now, when he looked, a very dim, delicate vision in the horizon of his eye. His soul raved for release from the withering imprisonment of this island. The mere figures of the running men fired him with a passion to run with them. For a minute the inward conflict was a very madness of mental convulsion, a tempestuous lunatic dance of contending feelings. He was a man, however, habituated by his profession to the forming of the instant resolution. This is the inevitable education of the sailor who is worth his salt. Fog, collision, fire, the sudden tempest, the mighty ice island looming in thunder of bursting surge out of the snowstorm, do not admit of leisurely deliberation. Now he was understanding that vessels might have passed and he had not seen them, and Goodhart's hope and expectation of a comfortable deliverance, therefore, might be shared. Next he witnessed rashness, danger, and disappointment in that long pull against a head sea in a fresh wind. Likewise he perceived that the men's chances of salvation would be Goodhart's and his without their peril, for it could not be doubted that when the captain of the vessel had been informed that 2 men were left, he would heave his ship to and send for them. And finally he was impelled by the affectionate regard in which he had already come to hold Goodhart, to stop with him and share with him in such fortune as was to befall, be it what it might. The men gained the boat and jumped in. She was of the whaler pattern, sharp at both ends, a good boat, pulling 5 oars, with inboard airtight boxes under her gunwales. They had taken care to keep her stocked with food and fresh water. "It's a pity," said Goodhart, who with his companion had walked a little distance to obtain a better view of the boat's departure, "that they did not think of cutting down a long bough to attach a shirt to for waving." "I can see the ship now," said Reynolds. "She can't be less than 10 miles distant. If the boat heads due east then at 3 miles an hour, and they'll not sweep more out of her, it will be noon before she arrives at the point where she is to come in contact with the ship. And the ship," he continued, making his calculations as he spoke, "will, if she holds on all, have to sail a distance of 30 miles to arrive at the spot aimed at by the boat. She will accomplish this in 4 hours, and the boat will be 1 hour away from her, 3 miles short." "What headstrong fools!" exclaimed Goodhart. But the men were already rowing. The boatswain steered. The oars flashed and sank, as the little fabric was urged over the still waters of the creek. Then she was in the open and leaping, and Goodhart and his companion saw the figures of the men bending and backing with those motions of energy and determination which signify that the impulse which governs the toiler is the heart's cry of life or death. The boat sprang bravely, showering crystals, heading right into the glittering lines of light which were rolled by the breeze under the soaring sun, until she faded out even to the straining gaze of Goodhart, whilst the ship had floated up the horizon to the line of her bulwark rails, lifting jibs and spanker boom, and passing on with the beauty, grace, and dignity which are the gifts of sunshine and the blue breeze and flashing waters to a ship when she is under full sail, leaning the stirless bosoms of her canvas to the spectator and beheld from afar. "I shall make a smoke for that ship, but not yet," said Reynolds, who was now seeing her clearly. "All's ready up there," exclaimed Goodhart. "I saw to it yesterday afternoon," Reynolds rejoined. "It will take her 2 hours to give us a sight of her hull." "I am going for a drink and a dip," said Goodhart, and he walked leisurely in the direction of the river. There was not much room for the exhibition of the mysterious in this little island, though an illustration came when the lonely captive had awakened and seen the figure of the owner of the chest walking shadowless in the moonshine, hat in hand. But 2 points Reynolds had observed in Goodhart. He was never seen to take off his coat, night or day, and though he bathed 3 or 4 times a week, he always contrived to take to the water with the strictest privacy, never before saying, as he had just now said, that he was going to the river for a plunge, but mentioning the circumstance to Reynolds afterwards, as the minutest incident came weighted with deepest interest in this dull and dismal routine of watching the sea and catching and cooking fish. From these trifles Reynolds inferred that Goodhart's disproportioned bulkiness of trunk was due to some painless but morbid growth, or that it was a deformity which he desired with a feminine passion to conceal from the sight of others. Reynolds stood for a little while with his eyes fixed on the ship. His gaze was yearning, his heart ached. She was scarcely wanted to bring before him the image of his wife, for not an hour of the day rolled past but he thought of her. But that floating cloud out yonder recalled the flying spur, how she might have been out there just where that ship was, how, if Lucretia had given him her heart again after he had decoyed her on board, she might have been with him as though they were together in that vessel, leaning side by side over the bulwark rail and viewing this same little island, with its silver lightning of cascades and its lace-like trimming of brilliant breakers, the theatre to him of a most sad and pitiful drama of shipwreck. He sighed and cast his eyes up at the hill where the fuel lay ready for kindling, and after weighing the chance afresh of such a smoke as he could make being seen by that ship, which was still very nearly hull down from the altitude from which he regarded her, he went to work to build up a little fire in the cook-pit, then entered the cave, where were some fish taken yesterday, cut off a couple of steaks and put them into the shovel, which remained the only frying pan in that island, all the while strenuously thinking of the probability of the boat being seen by the ship, heartily praying for it, and gravely doubting her chance. There was nothing to eat but the mushrooms and the fish. When the little meal was dressed, he sat down to wait for his companion and his friend. He presented a most ragged figure, and one who had previously known him might have judged by his face that his nature had undergone a change. His look was pensive. He wore an habitual air of melancholy. There was no fire or spirit in his speech. He suggested a man whose heart is cowed by thought that is ebon-tinged with memory, and forlorn almost to hopelessness in anticipation. The mother of this man would not have known her son. He had that shaggy look which is often the impress of toil and nearly always accompanies privation at sea. 7 months of solitude and the dismal eternity of the encircling ocean had so wrought in him that if you had met him in a crowded street, he would have been the one to seize your gaze and compel you to look after him, and to proceed in thought about him. Goodhart came from the river and sat down beside him. "We should be thought vulgar for eating this fish with our knives," said he, with an easy smile and gentle voice that might have made you suppose they were breakfasting comfortably at home. "One does not learn good manners at sea," answered Reynolds. "The best of manners, surely," replied Goodhart. "When a sailor is a gentleman, a more perfect gentleman you shall not find. I am fond of observing the contrasts of life. Take our situation. Compare a nobleman in Grosvenor Square at breakfast. Take the tramp who has dossed it under a hedge through the night, breaking his fast on a turnip he has sneaked from a field after a wary look round. I remember passing a church where a wedding had just taken place, and the bells were pealing joyously in the tower, and in the graveyard stood the marble figure of an angel, pointing with one hand to heaven, with the other to the grave at its feet of a girl of 20. But whilst they talked, they kept their eyes upon the ship, for it was impossible to foresee but that at any moment she might shift her helm to obtain a closer view of the island, and Reynolds must be ready to rush up the hill to light the fire. "I sometimes wondered," said Goodhart, "what form madness would take in a man who should lose his mind in shipwreck on such an island as this." "I have sometimes thought," exclaimed Reynolds, "that madness is the delirium of a disposition that has lain latent and even unsuspected. For example, I am an ambitious man, but do not know the absurd heights to which my soul secretly aspires until I lose my reason, and then I believe I am a king or god. In my case, I believe had I gone mad here, I should have imagined I was Brigham Young." Goodhart was amused, and laughed with gentle enjoyment. "I have heard of a man," said he, "who believed he was his own father. He had made a will leaving all his property to himself as his only son, but his worry was to know what he should do if he was to happen to die before his father. I have also heard of a lady who believed she was the author of the novels of George Eliot, and was afraid of looking into a mirror for fear of seeing the ghost of George Henry Lewes." "The only instance of sanity I have heard in madness," said Reynolds, "was the case of a journalist who, whenever he felt the drink fiend taking possession of him, compelled his wife to put him away." He stood up to look at the ship. Goodhart also rose, and they viewed the distant sail for a while in silence. She was holding stubbornly on. So far it was certain she had not brought the boat within sight, unless she was to give the spectators an illustration of behavior, which most happily is very rare at sea, by seeing the boat, yet standing on and leaving the tossed men to their fate. The breeze was steady and gushed in large liberal folds. The island sent up its patient moan of shaken trees and shrubbery, and the beach its sullen roar of surf, and the southeast cliff its sulky thunder of foaming surge. They continued to watch and wait. Then Reynolds went up the hill to kindle the prepared fuel in the hollow. The stuff made a thick white smoke, but it was blown low at a sharp angle from the hollow in which the wood flamed, and as the ship drew further eastwards, and as the smoke was blowing due west, it was less and less likely that the foreshortened beacon trail would catch the eye of anyone on board, or, if it did, The white smoke, like one of those country fires which discharge shafts of vapor from dead leaves and rubbish into the autumn atmosphere, might be thought to proceed from a little volcano. But Reynolds was bound to give himself and Goodhart a chance, and for a whole hour he plied his fire, laboriously fetching big armfuls of stuff, and raising a thick smother whilst the ship grew smaller and smaller, as with something of the slant of a seagull's wing when it wheels in its flight, she vanished in a shadow of mother-of-pearl into the east. Reynolds rejoined Goodhart. "What time is it?" Goodhart pulled out his watch and said, 11. Reynolds glanced at the sun and judged Goodhart's report to be fairly accurate. "That ship is not to prove our salvation," said he. "If she is to catch a sight of the boat, she should have seen her before this, with a long enough pause to enable us to know that she had hove to receive the people, or by a shift of helm which would have changed her shape." "I shall keep a lookout for the boat," said Goodhart. "If the men are disappointed, they must return. What else remains?" "I don't know," exclaimed Reynolds with a gloomy shake of his head. "There are some mules amongst them, and the boatswain is a good leader for people of that sort. They may reason, having left the island and come so far, what will be the good of returning? We know what we've got to expect. Much more chance of our being picked up the further we go than keeping all fast aboard that piece of rock." "They're without a compass," said Goodhart. "Suppose they get some 30 miles distant and resolve to come back. This island is small, and without its bearings being known or a compass to help the helmsman, it may be easily missed." Thus they conversed whilst the hours wore on. Reynolds as a lookout was of no use. Goodhart did the staring part, but never could see anything to report. He was calm, resigned, grateful. He said, "At all events, Captain Reynolds, we know where we are, but we don't know where the boat is. I'm thankful to God I was not tempted to trust myself in her. Figure the weariness of that little skipping structure, the hopeless grinding of the oars compared to which the toil of the galley slave is a joke. For the felon is not threatened every instant with death. The miserable and pitiful lookout, for what? Why, to see only the curling heads of seas, clouds of spray which must keep you bailing, the breeze freshening, the night coming on, and a little stock of dried fish, a few tins of meat, and 6 gallons of water for 8 souls, for that's how it would have been with us had we gone." "I believe you are right. I believe you are right," said Reynolds, in a voice that was colored with the spirit of consolation that he drew from the happy resignation and comfortable philosophy of his companion. "If the boat does not show itself before dark, I shall give her up, not necessarily as lost so far as the men are concerned, but as lost for us." He snapped his fingers to a sudden uncontrollable impulse of vexation. At 1 o'clock by Goodhart's watch the ship was out of sight. At 6 the dusk was gathering, but the watchers saw no signs of the boat. The long runners of the ocean streamed in steady procession out of the east. The clouds, opening as they rose, flew in many windy spectral shapes, a very Chinaman riot of shadowy monsters. The moon floated up and tinged with a delicate silver green the foliage and the waters which she shone upon. "It is strange," said Goodhart, viewing the satellite as she swept through the phantom rush of wings on high. "It is strange," he said, his habit of moralizing and philosophizing constantly taking form, "that God should have thought it fit to hang up in the heavens 2 wonderful symbols of creation, its life and its death. In the glorious sun nature lives and moves and has her being. The moon is death, white, silent, cold, awful. In the morning you awaken with life, in the night you go to rest with death." "I wish to God," cried Reynolds with a little glow of passion, "that the moon would reveal the boat. There was good hope whilst that boat remained in the creek. The beggars, in going away in her, stole her from us, and in my opinion they are lost men, and we shall be prisoners for months, and perhaps years." He wrung his hands, unseen in the gloom by his friend, for just then the weight of his months of solitude came down upon his heart in a sensation of almost physical oppression, and in imagination he was alone, with nothing to look at but a desolate breast of ocean, with nothing to hope for but the sight of a ship, with nothing to live for but a burden of being that love had abandoned, and shipwreck rendered crushing. Goodhart took his hand and pressed it. "Keep up your heart, Reynolds," he cried cheerfully. "A ship will come, and we shall be rescued. All will be well. Not very much is needed to make rich the man who has nothing. The coming of a ship is no very mighty affair, no prodigy, nothing that shall have anything of the miraculous in it, and I look forward to being rescued with profound confidence. Did you ever hear of the sweet little cherub that sits up aloft, forsaking poor Jack?" "It was a passing mood," answered Reynolds softly, "but remember that for many months I have heard this noise of the trees, I have watched that moon, I have listened to the sea, I have thought through many bitter waking thoughts. I have prayed to God, alone, always alone." That night they occupied the cave together. There was plenty of grass in it, and Reynolds easily felt and found a couch near Goodhart's. It was totally black inside, but the silver dimness in the atmosphere lay like tissue paper stretched over the mouth of the cave. Twice before 1 o'clock in the morning Reynolds went out and gained a height and looked about him, but the boat had not returned. Nothing moved upon the surface of the island but a quick though stormy dance of shadows. It was blowing fresh, the dwarf trees roared with the surf, and the moon shot through the swift drift. He fell asleep, but was awakened by a loud report. Goodhart cried out, "What was that?" "Was it a cannon shot?" said Reynolds, standing up. Another sharp rattle, and the lightning glanced in blue splendor at the mouth of the cave. "My God!" cried Reynolds, "what chance will this sort of thing give the boat?" "But think," said Goodhart, "that we might be in her." The sheen of the lightning sank in instant pulses into the cavern's blackness, and the two men in the flashes were revealed to each other. Again Reynolds stepped out. It was not raining on the island. A heavy thunderstorm was playing over the sea about 2 miles distant, and the moon was sunk into a mere jelly of moist light in the shrouding of the weather that was stretched out over the heavens from the electric vapor. "Goodhart," cried Reynolds, running to the mouth of the cave to shout, "come and see a wonderful sight." What was it? The lightning was frequent and fierce, and every white or crimson spark that flashed upon the eye its wire-like rill of fire illuminated 2 gigantic waterspouts about a half-mile distant on the west side, touching them into stately columns of the aspect of white-hot metal, their foot in foam, their head lifted with inky vapor into the aspect of the coconut tree. "If they are coming this way we shall be deluged," said Goodhart. But their waltz was to the southward. The two men watched this wonderful lightning-revealed picture, sublime and awful with its accompaniments of the midnight, of the lightning dart, of the thunder shock, and the universal roaring of an angry ocean. They returned to the cave and lay down, but for some time neither could sleep, though one was a sailor and the other had been well salted, owing to the rushing noise made by the rain, which descended in a living sheet, as though it was a great lake coming down from the edge of a mountain, and but for the cave being on a slope, they would have been floated out. The morning was cool, calm, and bright. Their first act was to scan the sea for the boat, but the ocean was a plain as naked as a looking-glass. The water swam to the shore softly and melted in caresses of froth. "Do you see anything like a sail?" said Reynolds. "Nothing," answered Goodhart, after a long and careful scrutiny of the whole circle of horizon. "But I am not to be depressed. I am perfectly satisfied to think that I am not afloat in that boat." "It is inconceivable that she was picked up by the vessel," said Reynolds. "As likely as not they were swamped in the night." Goodhart went to the river and Reynolds to the rock to catch a fish for breakfast. This morning he secured a fish shaped like a salmon, gorgeously dyed and weighing about 8 pounds. He had caught this sort of fish about twice or thrice before, and found it delicious eating. He made his fire and began to cook. Goodhart kept him waiting. Indeed, he grew anxious and was going to seek him when he saw him coming slowly from the direction of the river, holding what resembled a satchel in his hand. He stepped with this satchel-like thing into the cave and emerged with nothing in his hands. Reynolds looked at him and instantly observed a diminution of his bulk, that bulk of trunk whose extravagance had often puzzled him. He said nothing, and Goodhart, coming near the cook-hole with his kind and gracious smile, seated himself. Undoubtedly his figure had undergone a change since he had visited the river. He was now a well-proportioned man, without that stuffed look which had excited conjectures in Reynolds. His coat lay open, the massive watch-chain rested upon his waistcoat. His attire was indeed in a state of princely freshness compared with that of his companion, but then he had not been 7 months on the island, nor had he been thrown ashore on toothed rocks by the breakers of a gale wind. Goodhart's smile vanished as he viewed his friend thoughtfully, with an impressive and inspiriting air of kindness. They had ceased to captain and mister each other. "How long will you be able to support this sort of existence?" said Reynolds. "I keep my mind tranquil with the fixed assurance of release," answered Goodhart, taking up a slice of fish with a leaf and beginning to eat. "It may be delayed, but it will come. I do not think of myself as a prisoner. I could be worse off. I have been worse off. This fish is excellently tasted. I do not miss liquor. Those cascades are a noble drinking fountain. I should be glad of a substitute for bread, but whilst our mushrooms flourish I shall not grumble." "I am sick of it, Goodhart," said Reynolds. "So will you be soon." "I assure you, Reynolds," replied Goodhart with a note of cordial cheerfulness, "that your companionship and my own state, tastes, and habits of life render this imprisonment, as you term it, so little disagreeable to me that if a few comforts could be contrived, I should be very well pleased to accept this brief sentence of exile as a pleasant holiday in a delicious climate, under circumstances delightfully romantic." Reynolds smiled and bowed and said, "You are a true philosopher." "What are our wants for this holiday until we are taken off? A little cottage, a loaf of bread a day, a joint of fresh meat to vary the eternity of the produce of the creek, tobacco for the pipe, and a few boxes of cigars. We enjoy a royal state, for we do not need money, and the greatest monarch might envy us for that. But weigh against our humble requirements the blessings of our escape from shipwreck, yonder glorious privilege of bright falling waters, the agreeable dishes swimming in that creek or sticking to the rocks or growing in the ground. We might go further," he added, looking significantly seaward, evidently thinking of the boat, "and fare worse. When you get home, I will not say if you get home in the face of your magnificent spirit of hope, where shall you settle? Not in Ireland. You are the sort of man they want there. Well, it may come to Great Britain dealing with Ireland as a colony and extirpating the few lingering natives by swamping the country with British emigrants and settlers." "That would solve the Irish question," said Reynolds. "I shall settle in London," said Goodhart. "There you can get everything you want, the best and the worst of everything, and with judgment you can make 10 shillings do what a sovereign scarcely does in a provincial town." "I hate London," burst out Reynolds, "particularly Bayswater." "But why Bayswater?" laughed Goodhart. "Why not Hackney or Clapham?" "I was married in Bayswater," answered Reynolds, and jumping to his feet, he hove a stone at a penguin that was sitting like a robed bishop on a rock. Goodhart viewed him for a moment or two in thought. "Do you observe," said he, putting his hands to his sides, "that I have lost weight since bathing? You are certainly thinner." Goodhart again viewed him as though he had fallen into a fit of profound musing. Then rising, he said, "Reynolds, come into the cave with me." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 10. Two Graves. Reynolds, greatly marvelling, followed his companion into the cave. After the necessary pause to accustom the sight to the interior gloom, Goodhart stepped to the old sea-chest, and, opening the lid, took from the bottom two thin bags united by a pair of shoulder-straps. He carried these bags or satchels to the mouth of the cave. Each bag was formed of a waterproof tissue, with a rope handle of silk connected with straps like a man's braces. It was easy to see that these satchels or bags had been made to wear on the back or chest. They were filled with folded documents. "These," said Goodhart, holding up the satchels, "represent all that I possess in the world outside of what I carry in my pockets. They contain the product of 35 years of hard labor." He hung the satchels by their straps over his arm, and extracted one of the documents, and opening it, handed it with his delightful smile to Reynolds, saying, "There are 11 of them, and they all carry the same face." The document in Reynolds' hand was a £1,000 Victoria 4% bond, the date of whose issue was 1885. It was shorn of the coupons which had matured. "These bags," continued Goodhart, receiving and returning the bond to its sack, "contain colonial government securities amounting to the value of £11,000, and you will easily understand why I chose to remain a bloated body whilst the sailors stayed on the island." "But why do you carry such things about with you?" said Reynolds, who was not very much affected by the sight of the sacks, rather disappointed indeed, for he had looked for something solemn and deep, and not a commonplace exhibition of Stock Exchange securities, in his friend's invitation to follow him into the cave. "All that money might have gone down in the Esmond." "When it was suggested to me to convert the bonds into inscribed stock, I found the difference in price sufficiently great to determine me to keep what I had got. Besides," said Goodhart, with his mild look and gentle smile, "had these bonds foundered with me, I should have been disproving the general belief that a man cannot take his money with him to the grave." He was going to the chest to replace the sacks. "Do you mean to keep them there?" said Reynolds. "Why not?" "Suppose such another crew as yours comes ashore, would to God they would, and we are on the other side of the island, or they catch us napping, and they come to this cave and forthwith open the chest." "Where shall I put them?" said Goodhart, looking round the gloomy interior. "Bury them. This is good dry soil." Reynolds went outside to fetch the shovel, and began to dig a hole in the corner of the cave. "You are right," said Goodhart, "and we never could forget where we had placed them." And whilst Reynolds dug, his friend proceeded, "Plenty of time was allowed us aboard the Esmond. I went below and took off my coat and waistcoat and put these bags on. They bulked me out, but not in such a way as to excite attention unless in a customs man, whom I was not afraid of meeting. You noticed probably that I have always bathed in a furtive sort of way. Naturally, I did not desire my satchels to be seen by the sailors. Marine tradition has been enriched by some dark stories founded on sums of money much smaller than the amount you are digging a grave for." "Oh yes," said Reynolds, manfully plying his shovel and scraping rather than digging into the hard dry cavern floor. I should have felt very uncomfortable of a night or even of a day to reflect that you were sleeping or going about bulged out with those bonds, if their existence and the value of them had been known to the men. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. I'm glad that you did not tell me that you had them upon you. I should have trembled for your safety if by the merest accident the secret had been betrayed to the sailors." When the hole was made, Reynolds went out and cut a quantity of dry grass, with which he lined the grave. Then, putting in the bags, he covered them up with the stuff he had thrown out. "There," said he, with a final appreciative pat with the shovel, "no gem could lie more secret, fathoms deep in rock." They walked into the sunshine and down upon the lovely length of coral foreshore, which they paced. The breaker was curling to them out of the blue water. The sea-bird hovered and glanced, glistened and darkened as it winged about. The morning light lay in glory upon the ocean, and the off-shore breeze was scented with the land. £11,000 is a small sum to represent the savings and labours of 35 years, said Goodhart. "It's more than you would have made as a philosopher," exclaimed Reynolds. "I don't know," answered Goodhart. "There are some professors who are deucedly well paid. I know a man who received 2,000 a year, and a more bigoted coxcomb, insolent in cocksureness, contemptibly venomous in hostility, never led others astray." "What are these professors paid for?" "To lecture for the most part," answered Goodhart, with his lip taking a slight curl of contempt. "Well, of all vocations," said Reynolds, "I do hold the sea life to be the most beggarly. I mean the merchant sea life. In the Navy you get a pension. You invest your labours, for which the state pays you, and when it is done with you, it sends you a sum annually that may make you easy for life. You shall serve a shipowner for years, honestly, anxiously, most dutifully, and when he is done with you, you go about your business. To the workhouse for all the employer cares. How are you off?" "Badly." "No savings?" "A few pounds." "Has your wife money?" "A little, but if she had 1,000,000, what good would it be to me?" "It is difficult to meet a man without a relation of some sort," said Goodhart, "but that, as I told you, happens to be my case. Both my parents were only children. I am the sole survivor of my family. I have many acquaintances, but no friends, but I believe I have found a friend." He looked with a smile at Reynolds. "Our association," he continued, "has not been long, but it has given me very great pleasure, and I trust it may not end with our release. There is enough for two up there," he continued, inclining his head in the direction of the cave, "and if I am called first, to whom but to a sufferer who has taught me to respect and admire and like him, should I wish it to go?" The pale, worn, and scarred face of Reynolds flushed with emotion, his eyes moistened. The passion of gratitude, and of that sort of love which is born of beautiful feeling, cordial kindness, and sincere sympathy between man and man, ran a trembling through him. "It is not your money, Goodhart," he exclaimed in a low voice, catching his breath with a sharp hysterical shake of the head. "It is your goodness." He was right in that, for surely it is the smile that sweetens the gift. It is the impulse of which the deed is the fruit, that endears and is best valued by the heart whose purest and most exalted emotions it excites. And it is quite conceivable that two men thrown into each other's company by the adversity of shipwreck should grow so attached that when their deliverance has come about they have chosen to dwell together as brothers. Let us not doubt that such things have happened, for the story of marine peril runs back deep into time. "But do not suppose," said Goodhart, with a little pensiveness in the arch look he put on, "that I flatter myself on being sure of you. Your first act on reaching England will be to inquire after your wife." "To inquire, perhaps, and there an end." No, you will learn that she is living somewhere, and you'll write to her and entreat her to grant you an interview. I don't think so. My dear fellow, the fascination that won you must still be hers, and when you see her the old spell will exert its magic." "Spells are often broken," said Reynolds moodily. Enough had been said on this subject. Goodhart stopped to view the breakers as they curved in caves of liquid blue glass, and broke with summer softness and tropic glory. "It seems to me," said he, "that science is a little too willing to overlook the precedent idea in nature. The ultimate link in the chain of causation is neglected because philosophy is indisposed to discuss the only hook by which it can be hung up. All that we produce in art is the result of antecedent idea, the house, the picture, the statue, the fountain. Without the idea of these things, the things could not be engendered. Now why are we forbidden to witness idea, the divine idea, in what we behold in nature, the tree, the flower, the man? Molecules form themselves into shapes of beauty. I don't claim sentience for these particles of matter, which may be a snowflake, a fibre of color in liquor, a red rose." He smiled as he spoke. "But I claim these formations as the effect of a law which has been preceded by idea. Mind cannot create, it can only perceive," once wrote Charles Lloyd, a remark which deeply impressed the poet Shelley. We perceive the idea in nature, and in our way we produce it as art. As we cannot create, how should we be able to perceive the idea if it were not the antecedent of what we know and study? I think it is Dr. Alcock who expresses surprise that those whose business it is to create should have generally neglected the wonderful examples and perfect models which abound in nature. He tells us that all animated nature is full of hints for perfecting existing mechanical contrivances, and of suggestions for inventions not even thought of. The teredo or shipworm inspired Brunet with the plan of tunneling which was employed by him in the Thames Tunnel, and yet science denies idea, and commits itself to a fatuous theory of chance. "I have always held the opinion you express," said Reynolds, "and upon it I have based, as rootedly as a lighthouse upon a rock, my faith in the existence of God." "It is Tyndall that speaks of matter," continued Goodhart after a pause, whilst he gazed at the arching breakers, "as possessed of a power of shaping itself into forms of beauty. It is a gift. Who or what is the giver? Mark the beauty in those arching waters, in the conformation of that rock, in the spout and fall of those cascades, in all that meets the eye. When alum crystallizes, perfect octahedrons are formed. The crystallization of carbonate of lime results in beautiful rhomboids. By crystallizing silica you get hexagonal prisms, capped at the ends by pyramids. And of course you know that when carbon crystallizes you get the diamond. Surely all this loveliness must be the effect of the precedent idea reaching its end by laws which proceed from the creative mind. During my stay here," said Reynolds, "I have discovered a flower that smells only by night. It is absolutely scentless when the sun is up. It will not be found at this season. I have wondered what virtue there is in darkness, that puts most things to sleep, to waken life in a flower in the shape of perfume. You will probably find the phenomenon explained by the law of vibration," answered Goodhart. "Take, for example, the sensation of hearing. If the sound vibrations number less than 16 a second, we are conscious only of the separate shocks. If they exceed 38,000 a second, the ear does not receive the sound. The range of the best ear is said to be about 11 octaves. I suppose the sensation of smell may also be computed in octaves. What the range is I can't imagine, but undoubtedly the vibrations of the flower that is scented by night only are so rapid in sunlight as to exceed the power of consciousness in the sense of smell. Now that I come to think of it," he added, "Humboldt, I believe it is, tells us that from a certain position on the plains of Antaures the sound of the great falls of Orinoco resemble the beating of a surf upon a rocky shore, and is much louder by night than by day." He held this to be due to the sound passing through an atmosphere which frequently changed its density. At night differences of temperature ceased, and sound waves traveling through homogeneous atmosphere reached the ear undiminished by reflection. As operations of nature are uniform in their infinite variety, the law that applies to the sound of the great falls may be the law under which comes the flower that is fragrant only at night. "I am a little tired. I wish my heart was stronger." They walked slowly in the direction of the dell and sat down. And now on this day immediately following the boat's attempt to intercept the ship, it was the destiny of these two men to enter into a spell of waiting and hoping until May 20th, 1892, when came a change, for though it is true that matter is indestructible, it is equally true that things as they are do not last forever. In this time of expectation, and during the course of their constant conversations, it came to be clearly understood between them that if it should please God to call Goodhart away whilst he was on the island, Reynolds must consider himself his heir, and would take possession of the bonds and the property he would find upon the person of his friend. This indeed was obvious and inevitable, because it was not to be supposed that if Reynolds survived Goodhart and was rescued, he would leave £11,000 of securities to rot in a grave in a cave, though had Goodhart owned connections and expressed his wishes, Reynolds was the man to have fulfilled his desires as completely as though Goodhart himself had acted. A true and honest love for each other had penetrated these men's hearts. There was a kinship of nature between them. They were congenial souls. Goodhart the loftier and the more simple, but Reynolds was liberally endowed with those gifts of character which enable a man to adorn life when his means suffer him to occupy a position for their proper display. He would have done well in the Royal Navy. He would have been a popular officer as president of a gun-room mess, or as talker or listener at the ward-room table. He was too good for the merchant service, as unhappily it is in these days in the main represented. Goodhart loved Reynolds for the simplicity of his nature, for his habit of thought, for a bouquet or aroma of character which cannot be conveyed by words. He sympathized with the deep, the apparently irreparable sorrow his wife had caused him, and affection is often in close alliance with sympathy. He liked him as a sailor, himself having used the sea for a living. He compassionated his distress as a castaway whose fortune was broken, whose hearth was cold. Indeed, Goodhart was a man in whose soul dwelt a quality of greatness, and his character was exalted by the nobility of his manhood and the possession of those virtues which make men blessed in the eyes of God, and Reynolds would have died for him. In all these dreary, weary, and spirit-quenching weeks they kept a close look-out for ship's sails and the smoke of funnels, and held in readiness a stock of fuel in the hollow on the hill, ready for the burning-glass. But never once did Reynolds catch sight of a ship, and Goodhart in all that while 4 times only, 3 sail and 1 trail of smoke, all far in the north, 2 happening in a week, and the others in 3 months, but all at such a distance as to make them of no more good to the poor disconsolate watchers than the sea-fowl that wheeled between. It seemed incredible to Goodhart that no ship should ever approach the island, but for all that he declared again and again that he would sooner take his chance of 3, or even of 5 years' captivity, than have trusted himself in that open boat to intercept a distant ship, with oars only, and a slender store of food and fresh water, and 8 men as there would have been. and again he would say in varying words, when sunset flushed a desolate bare plain of ocean, and they had stood together looking into the liquid distance till they saw a star, "No matter, it may be but one more night for us to wait. Tomorrow may find us on board ship, and how long will it take us to forget this brief detention? How easily we forget the operation we feared we should die under, the quarrel which we thought we should never be able to make up. I am fond of Swift's remark, 'It is always too hot or it is always too cold, but somehow or other God Almighty so contrives it that at the end of the year it is all the same.' It was fortunate for them that they occupied an island which lies in the temperate latitudes, where there is almost constantly a summer softness in the air, and where even June, which is our December, has no fierceness. The cave was dry and sheltered them well, and the tangle of bushes on either side of the entrance was a good screen when the wind blew into the mouth from the southwest. As the time wore on, Goodhart would often fall into long fits of abstraction, moods of pensive withdrawal from the visible, a deep sinking into himself, with that inward turned expression of face which betrays the mind that is wandering through the long corridors of memory, lighted by the mystical irradiation which is also memory's. Occasionally he complained of the weakness of his heart, and there was no doubt that the privations he was enduring could not help him to fight this organic trouble. If he mounted a rise for even 20 feet, he would pause to breathe with evident distress, and Reynolds often watched him with deep solicitude. Came the 20th of May, 1892, which is our November. Reynolds awoke and went out of the cave, leaving Goodhart sleeping. The figure of his companion was easily visible to Reynolds, whose sight, fresh from the seals of sleep, found a good light reflected from the radiance outside the cave's mouth. He went about as usual to prepare the cook-pit, taking a look at the sea, but in a sort of hopeless way which was a habit, and would have been most moving to a spectator. And the look he directed was also influenced by the knowledge that unless a ship was hull up and within 2 or 3 miles, she would be invisible to him. He walked down to the creek to fish. This was an inexhaustible source of supply. The fish never seemed to go away. No sooner was the bait sunk than a cod or a salmon-shaped fish, or a fish shaped like a turbot but gloriously adorned, would come up, and Reynolds, as you may suppose, was now an adroit artist in the use of his landing-basket. When he returned he found that Goodhart still remained inside. He cleaned and cut up his fish and lighted his fire, every minute expecting Goodhart to appear. He prepared his shovel with a couple of slices, but before he set his strange pan upon the fire, he thought he would look into the cave. After the necessary pause, he stooped and peered at the sleeper. Goodhart's eyes were partially closed. He was fat in the throat, and when lying, his chin reposed upon its own layers and prevented the jaw from dropping. Reynolds said softly, "Goodhart," then "Goodhart," more loudly, then cried his name strongly, taking him by the shoulder and shaking him. The corpse, though often entreated, has never yet responded to the human cry. Not one of the millions since the beginning of things has spoken to tell us what it means and what it has found out. Reynolds took up the dead man's hand. It was as cold as putty, and fell like putty when released. A wild and frightful, heart-cracking sensation of horror and consternation seized the unhappy, lonely, forsaken man. Again alone, how much lonelier now than when he was alone before, he but too surely knew. He reared his figure and gazed at the dead, motionless as a statue. A flood of sorrow overwhelmed his soul. He fell upon his grass couch and hid his face and sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. He rose again and looked at Goodhart, then ran out into the sunshine and fell to pacing the ground as though he was mad. Nobody to speak to now, nobody to soothe him with precious and beautiful words of hope. He thinks his heart must break. He will die, and again before his mental vision the picture of his body, supine, a ragged, bearded, rotten, shameless corpse, shaped itself, and his long fingernails dug themselves into the palms of his hands in the agony of his thoughts. The morning had advanced before the tempest of distress that flashed and groaned in the poor fellow was spent, and then he entered the cave and again looked at Goodhart. Oh yes, he was dead. Death never made a plainer report that it was in possession. He went to the river to drink, and feeling faint with fasting, remade his fire and cooked a piece of fish. What his reflections were you shall readily conceive. Never was the enormous solitude of the island so oppressive. Never did the horizon of the sea seem more remote, never the prospect of release more hopeless. He would go mad. Those birds uttering cries like the creaking of strained timber in a seaway, the melancholy monotonous roar of surf, the eternity of the dwarf trees, of the falling cascades, of those circling winged shapes, of that sliding, burning eye of sun, these things must, by endless iteration, drive the reason out of his skull. In the afternoon he went about to dig a grave. He was slow because he could not ply the shovel as though it were a spade. He chose the center of the dell for a resting place for his friend, as the soil was more easily dug up in this part than elsewhere. It is hard to imagine a more pathetic figure than this poor man made, bearded, pale, and ragged, alone, surveyed now and again by a circling sea-bird, digging a hole in which to secrete the remains of a man he had learnt to love. He had finished his sad task by sunset, but not before. He made his way by the twilight to the river to drink, and came back to eat the remains of his cooked fish, and that night he slept in the old fissure, his bed-place of 7 months. He was very low and nervous, distracted by the grief occasioned by his loss, subdued into a sense of dumb, aching suspense, which was a sort of hysteria proper to raise a ghost again to pace the dell, and he could not bring himself to lie in the cave with the dead body. He obtained some rest in the night, and after attending his needs in the morning, he proceeded with the task of burying Goodhart. Nothing could be more painful to him than the idea of despoiling the body of its property, removing the clothes, and dragging the dead to its burial place. But all this had to be done. Reynolds possessed the strictest title to all that Goodhart had left. The man who was dead had never named a relative. He had indeed stated again and again that he was as much alone in the world as Reynolds on his island. So that, his being dead, his bonds and belongings were as much Reynolds' as if they had been willed to him, or as if he had preceded Reynolds in his lonely occupation of the island, and left his bonds and property to be taken by the first who was lucky enough to find them. Reynolds found these things in the dead man's pockets: a very handsome gold watch and chain, to which was attached a spade guinea and a small revolving seal, bearing his wife's initials on one side and his own on the other; a handsome Russia leather pocket-book, the contents of which he did not then examine, but which he afterwards found to hold 4 Bank of England notes of £50 each, 8 of £10 each, and 5 of £5. Also 4 letters from his wife, one containing a lock of her hair. These he would have buried with the body if he had thought of inspecting the contents of the pocket-book before the interment, but he was too much worried, affected. He was grieving too much over his loss and the sorrowful task imposed upon him, to think of examining the value of his poor friend's pocket possessions. He also found an elaborate knife, full of useful blades and tools, a gold pencil case, a purse containing some sovereigns and silver, a gold toothpick, and a silver matchbox. He put these things in the chest for the present, as his clothes were little more than rags which hung upon him like wet weed on a rock, and his pockets broken and useless, and then removed the coat, waistcoat, and trousers. This done, with trembling hands and a sobbing heart, he gently and reverentially dragged the body down the slope to the grave he had dug, and after lining the trench with grass, with most pious hands he contrived to let the corpse slide into the grave, where it rested on its back, looking with sweet expression in death up to that God whom in life he had adored. With him was buried his wife's wedding ring and the ring he wore on his forefinger. Reynolds next covered the body with grass and leaves, and when this was done he knelt and pronounced aloud these simple words: "Father, receive him, and do not forsake me." He arose and began to shovel in the earth, haunted by this reflection: "If I die here, who will bury me?" And he shuddered again and again to the loathsome image that held aghast the vision of his mind. The hours passed in this melancholy work, and in the afternoon he had heaped up a sight-catching grave, which he resolved to memorialize. So next day with the axe he had hewed down a stout bough and made a cross out of it, and in the next 2 or 3 days, during the intervals of providing for his own necessities, he cut these words: "John Goodhart died May 20, 1892, buried by his loving friend and mourner, Francis Reynolds. Lord have mercy upon us." The letters were small, for the split surface on which they were traced was narrow, but they were cut deep and well. He was something of an artist with a knife, and in Goodhart's he had a good tool. He could carve model sailing ships, make toy chests of drawers and doll houses, and had been chased and caned more than once in his youth for cutting his name in church sittings, school desks, park seats, and the like. He was once again alone, lonelier than when he was formerly alone, lonelier by virtue of the knowledge he had gained that ships might pass and he would not see them unless they came close in. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thelma Meyer. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 11. The Chanticleer. Captain Francis Reynolds, bankrupt by shipwreck, was now a rich man. That is to say, he was rich beyond any dreams of avarice which had ever entered his head. For how long does a master in the merchant service take as a rule to save out of perhaps the poorest paid calling in the world the handsome sum of £11,000, with a few £100 on top in notes and gold, just enough to open a pretty little banking account with? But Reynolds did not happen to take an inspiriting view of the noble turn which fortune had done him. He was never once visited by a single heartbeat of exultation. The solemn and sturdy sense of satisfaction and repose of spirit which attend competence did not come to swell his heart. On the contrary, he regarded himself as the miserable, hopeless castaway, as a wretch whose hideous doom prayer was not likely to avert. And the bonds in the cave and the notes and property in the chest were as worthless in his sight as the leaf on the tree or the empty seashell on the sand. At the same time, he was sensible that he had most honorably come by this little estate, and he would sit and lament that he could make no use of it. The desire of his soul was that Lucretia should get it, and learn from whom it came, and in what state the husband she had forsaken had been when he contrived that she should receive it. Mrs. Lane was by no means well off. Dr. Lane in his day had been tempted to gamble on the stock exchange. The old fool went into mines, his friends said. He could not ask for a simpler and surer grave for the everlasting entombment of his capital, which he had gotten by painful toil, by tedious anxious vigils in sick rooms, by exposure to weather and to the many morbific diseases to which flesh is heir. Panic seized him. To rescue himself, his wife and daughter from the workhouse, he purchased an annuity on his own and Mrs. Lane's life, on which, and about 100 a year, which Lucretia would come into on her mother's death, and which represented money that had not gone to the jobbers, Mrs. Lane and Lucretia lived. All this was known to Reynolds, and whenever he thought of the bonds in the cave, he longed to give them to his wife, though convinced he would never meet her again. But how was this to be done? He pondered in vain. It was an end impossible to arrive at. Ideas occurred to him which he considered absurd. He had Goodhart's gold pencil, and there was a flat pencil in the chest. A roll of paper was there, and in that chest were blank leaves of letters, Mrs. Goodhart's and a few of Lucretia's to him. His wife's letters had been in his pocket when he was washed ashore. The ink had run, the writing was indecipherable, but he had kept the letters nevertheless, and they had dried long ago, and were fit, where they were blank, to receive pen or pencil. He said to himself, "If I write my wishes, how am I to dispatch them? I have not even an empty bottle to cork the missive up in and send it afloat. But suppose this could be managed. The man who picked up the bottle, if it did not go washing about till the crack of doom, might value the secret too highly to betray it. Come to the island and carry off the bonds." It will be seen that in these speculations he conceived himself dead. But one day, being vastly exercised by thoughts of his wife and the bonds, he formed a resolution. He said to himself, "I will write a sort of will, and take my chance of its being found by one who will prove honest enough to carry out the instructions it contains." For he clearly understood that if he was to die on the island, the buried bonds must remain a secret forever, and £11,000 would be left to rot in a cave, of no good to mortal man, when by leaving a declaration of the existence of the treasure, which it truly was, it might peradventure come safely into his wife's hands, and benefit the honest fellow who delivered it to her. He took the roll of old paper from the shelf in the chest, and using Goodhart's pencil case, he sat down on the grass, employing the back of the shovel as a table, a useful shovel. It had served as a frying pan, as a mattock for the burial of a man's bonds, and then the man himself. And now it was to supply the place of a desk. He wrote thus: June 15, 1892. I who write this am Captain Francis Reynolds. I commanded the ship Flying Spur, which sailed from Falmouth October 13, 1890, and was lost off this island through fire and in half a gale of wind, February 2nd, 1891. I am the sole survivor of the whole ship's company. This at least is my conviction. I remained alone till September 14, 7 months of solitude. when a boat arrived with 6 seamen of the crew of the Esmond that had gone down through a collision, and Mr. John Goodhart of Sydney, New South Wales. The sailors stayed on the island until October 2nd, on which day they chased a ship. But the boat was without mast or sail, and I am certain that she never came up with that ship. And I am also persuaded that she will not again be heard of. Had her people been rescued, they would have reported Mr. Goodhart and me as being left, and we would have been fetched, not necessarily by the ship that received the men, but through the report of her master, plenty of time having elapsed to allow for that report to reach the ears of a British consul, who would consider it his duty to communicate with the commander-in-chief on the Pacific station. When the boat had left the island, Mr. Goodhart showed me, in a couple of waterproof sacks, 11 Victoria 4% bonds, each of the value of £1,000. He informed me that his wife had died in childbed at Sydney, and that he was absolutely without kith or kin. We conceived a great liking for each other. We were one in sympathy and tastes, but his was a very great and noble mind. Our comradeship in privation, and the sufferings which attend shipwreck, heightened our affection and endeared us to each other. He told me that if he died on the island, I was to consider myself his heir, and take possession not only of his bonds, but also of the property which was upon his person. As I shall continue to carry that property about with me in his clothes, which I am wearing, it will be found upon my remains, which cannot lie far away from this spot, if indeed I do not die in the cave, and the discoverer of this letter must seek my body and take what is on it, and I implore him in God's name to bury me, to provide against the risk of a landing being effected unseen by us, in which case the cave might be entered, the chest explored, and the bonds removed. I buried them with the approval of Mr. Goodhart, and the place where they lie will be found marked by a short, spade-shaped stake, which I drove into the ground to help me should my memory come to be weakened. My wife, Lucretia, when I left England, was living with her mother, Mrs. Lane, in Chepstow Place, Bayswater, London, W. And it is my earnest wish that she should be the recipient of these bonds and the property that may be found upon me. To which end I, a broken-hearted, desolate, dying man, humbly and affectionately greet the reader of this letter, and do entreat him, as he loves God and the truth and honor, to convey these words and the property to my wife, Lucretia Reynolds, who, for the trouble he is at in finding her, if she has removed, and in acting as my emissary, will receive £1,500, which he will more greatly enjoy as money honorably and virtuously gained than if he kept the whole sum, thereby robbing the widow and blasting the only hope which keeps warm and alive the heart that dictates these words. Again I greet and bless you, and thank you for the noble service you will be doing me. Francis Reynolds. The mere writing this letter was almost as good as a talk, almost as comforting to the poor fellow as the sound of a voice. He was even warmed when he had ended it and read it over by a little glow of hope. It was a something done, an act with a possibility attached to it. He went into the cave, and opening the chest, took out an envelope that had been addressed to him by Lucretia, but the ink had been dissolved by immersion into mere stains. The envelope was dry, and he wrote upon it, "To the Honorable Stranger." He put his letter into the envelope, and by working it with his knife, drew a nail out of the ruptured lock, and nailed the missive to the lid of the chest. This was a great day's work, and he had not felt easier in spirits for many a long hour. He diverted, or rather distracted his mind by conceiving the sort of person who would find the letter. But his face lengthened. The faint tinge of color deserted his hollow cheek, when fancy, exerting her brush, painted the image of a man cautiously entering the cave, then staring at the old sea-chest, then bringing the letter away from the nail to the mouth of the cave to read it, then picking up the shovel and digging out the bonds, then proceeding to search for Reynolds' dead body. He did not fear the passage from life into negation. He could not suppose it difficult to die. He was certain that in nearly all cases nature gently slopes the way and puts her child to rest as a mother her baby. And he was fond of these lines: "To die is landing on some silent shore, where billows never beat nor tempests roar. Ere well we feel the friendly stroke, 'tis o'er." Doubtless it was the human instinct of decency, or maybe it was the secret passion in most of us that our ashes shall be honorably used, that stirred in him. Somehow his very soul recoiled from the idea of his body lying unburied, submitting a pitiful, shocking spectacle to him who met with it. It is the pride of the spirit which demands that its earthly tabernacle shall not be dishonored when life is fled. There is nothing of human weakness in this quality. It is in true keeping with our most exalted thoughts that the spirit of man should desire that the shape of flesh which it warmed, which it informed, which expressed in brilliance of eye, in coloration of cheek, in play of mouth, in motion of limbs, the animation of its soul, should, when that soul has departed, be reverently composed and decently draped for death, and piously memorialized. This same day, being full of his will, as he chose to think of his letter, he took the guineas and silver out of the shelf in the chest and dropped them into Goodhart's purse, which he returned to his pocket. Goodhart's clothes had been fairly new and of excellent quality, and they fitted Reynolds. But who would have recognized in that pale, hollow, bearded, scarred face, the lustreless left eye, the ruined cheek at the corner of the mouth, in the long hair streaked with gray, in that sad, wistful, hearkening expression which attends long watching and hope deferred? The good-looking, erect, close-shaven man who had stood before the altar in St. Stephen's Church with Lucretia Lane on Wednesday afternoon, September 16, 1890. But not yet was Goodhart's prediction to be verified, and Reynolds released from his long captivity and bitter solitude, from his sad and solemn contemplations of the awful and stupendous chasms of silence in interstellar space, from the voice of the sea sobbing in the calm or bellowing in the gale, from the whispers as of spirit tongues in the trees, often to his visionary ear syllabling his name as though he were summoned, from the weariness of his lonely strolls, his solitary labor in the creek and over the fire-pit, the waking to the cold and desolate gray of the dawn, the going to rest with the sea-bird at the mandate of the dusk and the first of the stars. Came September 4th, 1892. A cool, fair morning, light clouds moving lazily, a note of languor in the blow of the surge. Reynolds went for his bath and a drink of cold water. In returning, he stepped from the shorter way to the cave to ascend an elevation. The first thing he saw on looking at the sea was a small brig heading in. She bore about north-northwest. The wind was about west, and she flapped and curtsied as she floated softly onwards. At the sight of her Reynolds was transfixed for the space of a minute. Then the powerful instinct of self-preservation broke the hysteric spell. With the speed of a madman he rushed to the cave, picking up his shovel near the cook-pit as he went, drove with weight of foot and rage of muscle into the earth, exposed the bungs, tore off his coat and waistcoat, slung the sacks upon his chest and back, and struggling into his waistcoat, ran headlong to the beach, wrestling into his coat as he dashed down the slope. On the brilliant whiteness of that foreshore of coral, nothing could have been more visible, not even the hill behind of 300 feet, than Reynolds' figure, motioning like a firework in frenzied dumb show. Had the sight been good, he would have known he was seen. Invisible to him, but easily within reach of a good eye, a man stood near the wheel of the brig, waving a white grass hat above the bulwark rail. She was a little vessel of about 250 tons. Her white breasts panted as she sank and rose upon the tireless swell of the sea. A band of white ran round her, broken by painted ports. The sun flashed a lightning glance from the metal dog-vane at the royal masthead. In about half an hour she shifted her helm and came slowly round into the wind, bracing her fore yards forward and her after yards aback. And there she lay, swaying her toy-like milky softness of cloths against the morning sky, with the firm sea-line ruling in indigo from either hand, whilst a boat sang from her port davits, and 2 men and a man steering with an oar came along. "Head for the creek!" shouted Reynolds when they were within earshot, and he motioned in the direction of that familiar spot, walking rapidly towards it whilst the boat swerved and went that way in obedience to his diverting gestures. She entered the creek, and Reynolds stood waiting for her, ready to jump in from the low shore. And even before she had lost way, when 3 or 4 feet separated her from the bankside, even before the 2 men had thrown in their oars, Reynolds, with a wild convulsive shout of joy, sprang and was in the boat with arms out to shake hands with them all. The fellow who had steered with an oar had a cast in his eye, and the red beard on his chin was as stiff as a toothbrush. "You don't mean to lose no time," said he, gazing with the others with great curiosity at the figure of the man. "Who might you be?" "A shipwrecked sailor," answered Reynolds, "a man who was in command of a ship that foundered off here 20 months ago. Thank God you are Englishmen, I can talk to you." One of them, who was a Swede, grinned, but his face sank instantly into its former stare of astonishment at the long hair and wild and rugged appearance of this newcomer. 20 months, said the man of the toothbrush beard. "Are you alone, sir?" "All alone." "This is a non-inhabited island, then?" "Oh, my God, yes." "Is there any fruit or vegetables to be got?" "That's what we've been sent ashore to find out, and to bring off." "You'll find nothing to eat ashore," said Reynolds. "What have you kept yourself alive on, then, sir?" "Fish. Look over the side. That's how I have fared." "Any fresh water?" "Abundant. 2 cataracts of delicious, cold, bright water. "Johnny," said the man, addressing one of his companions, "I'll just step ashore and have a look round, and then we'll put you aboard, sir. Gord bless me, 20 months!" His face, hard as leather with weather and seafaring, softened its expression as he looked at Reynolds, and he said, "What might have been the name of your ship, sir?" "The Flying Spur." "Ailing from where?" "From London." "We are the brig Chanticleer." "From Hobart to San Diego." "Muddle." "Master. And I'm her mate." "And my name's Frost." "You keep all on down here, sir, whilst I takes a look around. The old man will expect a report." He got upon the shore and walked up the slope. Reynolds sank into the stern sheet. He was trembling now, as he had trembled when he first beheld the apparition of the boatswain of the Esmond, looking down upon him as he sat with a slice of fish breaking his fast in the dell. His eyes were moist, his respiration short and distressing. The two men who remained observed his state, and humanely let him be for a little, with the taste which would have done honor to well-bred gentlemen, directing their gaze at the island, or at the water over the side, in whose glass-clear depths shapes of fish could be seen, moving slowly. The sailors viewed anything rather than this rescued man, who was broken down with the joy of release, the transports of deliverance. For extremes of human passions are in close touch, and great griefs and great delights often affect us in the same way. "I hope," exclaimed Reynolds, "that Mr. Frost won't be long. You can't guess how mad I am to feel your brig's decks under my feet." "He'll not be long," said the Swede soothingly. "He was bound to give a look round, or der old man would haze him. He can haze, can that old man." "Hey, Johnny?" His shipmate grinned. "I think," continued the Swede, "I did know der Flying Spur. She was a bark?" "No, she was a ship." "Then she was another." "I don't reckon you've done much smoking here, sir," said Johnny. "It's always baccy that men miss most when they're locked up. I've got a pipe and baccy on me here. Would you like a draw?" he added with a sailor's politeness. "I have not smoked for many months," answered Reynolds, "and thanking you much, will not start just now." He sent an impatient look at the island for Frost. "I have had no news for nearly 2 years," said he after a pause. "Have you any to give me? What's happened in all these months?" "Oh, there was a strike on amongst the sailors at Hobart when we sailed," said Johnny. "I don't believe in unions myself." "It was the same here," said the Swede. "They make you pay to become members," said Johnny, "and then keeps you out of work." "No European, no English news?" asked Reynolds. "I reads a piece in a paper before I leave, how dat they have opened a new dock at Cardiff, and dat a French tramp runs into der Goodwin lightship and sink her." Reynolds could not forbear a smile. After 20 months of ocean solitude, this was to be his news of the world. "One thing you'll find ain't much changed since she was wrecked," said Johnny, "and that's sailors' wages." "On sailors' grub," said the Swede. "Them's a nice show of oysters," exclaimed Johnny, looking at a richly dyed cluster on some rocks projecting from the shore of the creek. "Jump on that rock," said Reynolds, "and you'll find a stone shaped like a cucumber. Knock them off with it. They are good eating." He did not need to ask if they had knives. Each man carried a blade in a sheath belted to his hip. They sprang ashore and were soon busy in hammering oysters and swallowing morsels truly delicious after peas soup and salt pork. It would be impossible to describe, though not hard to imagine, the dance of sensations passions and emotions in the mind of Reynolds whilst he sat waiting for the others in that boat. The island uprose before him. Goodhart was there in memory, and himself in his solitude, and again he beheld, with the vision of the spirit, the shadowless form that had walked bareheaded in the dell. How often had he watched those cascades, those birds out yonder, the ponderous coil of the surf rushing its load of splendor up the beach. He thought of the gloomy cave, his bed in the fissure, the stars, beyond which his thoughts had winged to God, the grave he had dug, the cross he had made, the words he had cut upon it, and now he was to be rescued. He was seated in the boat. Men were hammering and swallowing and talking hard by. Yonder was a brig to bear him back to civilization and liberty and the life of man in town or country. It was so much like a dream that he sweated with fear that it was, and got up and stepped into the bows of the boat, returned, picked up an oar, opened a little locker under the stern sheets, all to make sure that he was awake. Mr. Frost came leisurely along to the creek with a deep sea-roll, and his arms curved like spouting water, and seeing that his men were eating oysters, joined them, calling to Reynolds, "Won't you partake of some before we go on board?" Reynolds called back, "I've eaten enough, and want no more." Indeed, he stuck to that boat as a barnacle to a ship, and grappling the thwarts, he might have defied the united efforts of the 3 men to heave him out. For this man had been shipwrecked, and the Chanticleer was the first vessel that had come to look at the island in 20 months, and God knows how much longer. And he sat in that boat with the intention to stop. Impatience was working up into agony in him, whilst the 3 feasted. The Chanticleer was a little brig. The discipline was not severe. If Mr. Frost was mate, he was man too, and was Jimmy ashore, though Mr. on board. When this mate and his men had banqueted, they must needs linger to knock off a little freight of oysters for the old man. But whilst they were thus employed, the old man appeared to be visited by some of Reynolds' impatience. For sending for his gun, he loaded and discharged it at the island over the lifting and sinking rail. "All right," said Mr. Frost, "we're a-coming." They entered the boat and shoved out of the creek with about 4 dozen oysters at Reynolds' feet. "You must have found it pretty dull," said Mr. Frost. "Deadly dull." "Worse'n a lighthouse, I guess. I came across a grave. Was that of your erecting?" "Yes." "Ain't been alone all along, then?" "No." "I likewise looked into a cave. It had a broken chest in it with a few old pipes in the shelf, and there was a hole in the corner of the ground as if something had been buried and then dug up. Did you sleep in that there cave?" "Sometimes." "Did you observe a letter nailed to the lid of the box?" "I can't say that I did." "Oh, why, yes, now that I come to think of it, I did take notice of what I thought was a label, sort of address card." "You left it there?" "Why, certainly." "Thanks." His answers were short. He scarcely listened. The man's heart was burning for the brig, to get aboard her, to sit safe and deep in her, bound for a port and human life. "6 months," said the mate, gazing grimly behind him at the receding island. "If I was cast away alone upon a bit of a watertight backyard like that, Blowed if I know how I should be able to pass the time. Nobody to play cards with, even if a pack was to be had or invented. Ne'er a parrot in sight to tame and learn to talk. There's no signs of life anywhere. Not even that derned old goat which every man expects to fall in with when he's cast away. If a man was cast away with a fine young female, I don't know but that shipwreck was good, said the Swede. You might stow that swash, said the mate, with a very bristling, rugged nod. Several figures leaned over the side of the brig, watching the approaching boat. What product of the island, dressed as a man, was Jimmy Frost bringing aboard? The boat's bows struck the vessel, and in a breath or two Reynolds had leapt the rail and was standing on the deck. Captain Muddle was a very short man, clad in a long coat, whose swelling skirts descended to midway the calves of his legs. When you took a back view of him and did not observe the projection of his long feet, whose toes curved upwards, you beheld the travesty of some provincial academic figure, say a village schoolmaster. It was a coat, a head, and a wide straw hat fixed securely on two stout wooden pegs. Nothing more at variance with the traditions of the beef-face of the sea could be imagined than this singular little creature, who wore a beard, who curled into a coil with soap the extremities of his mustachios, and who gazed at you through a pair of heavily rimmed spectacles. He was stepping his piece of quarter-deck with a sort of skating or sliding motion, with the dignity of an admiral taking the air in his stern walk, but stopped when Reynolds, jumping from the rail, sprang almost on top of him. The recoil of the short left leg in its trouser was an involuntary melodramatic stroke, an example to the tragedian who starts at a ghost, and the little man's magnified eyes glared at the wild and hairy figure that confronted him. "Are you Captain Muddle?" exclaimed Reynolds, who was so profoundly affected by the sense of salvation and the knowledge of absolute safety that he was without control of his voice. He spoke in gasps. The whole fabric of his nerves appeared to have fallen to pieces. "Yes, sir, my name is Muddle," answered the little skipper, viewing the nearly 2 years' growth of hair, the long beard, the bloodless, haggard, injured face, the worn-out raiment of his visitor, with a most risible expression of astonishment, not wholly uncoloured by awe. Reynolds grasped his hand. "May the merciful God bless you," he said, "as the only man whose ship has touched at this island in 20 long months, during most of which time I have been alone. Here, about here, 20 months ago, my ship in flames, the Flying Spur, foundered. I commanded her. Where are you bound to? Oh, yes, I remember. Santiago. Am I awake? My God, am I awake?" He looked around him and up at the brig's canvas. The sailors forward, who were viewing him, spoke not, did not smile, nor nudge, or give expression to any other emotion than that of the sensations with which their little skipper was filled, by the pathetic pallor and worn and sorrowful countenance of this long-bearded man, who pleaded as a castaway, who was imperiously significant, even to the most ignoble instinct, by the magnitude of his 20 months of almost lonely confinement to yonder little island, with its silver threads of cascades, its lifeless slopes, its dazzle of foreshore. "I am very glad to receive you," said Captain Muddle. I was a bit out of my reckoning, and seeing this island close aboard at daylight, I thought I'd look in to find something that would give us a fresh mess. What's to be had? He asked, addressing the maid. I've brought a few oysters, answered Mr. Frost. There's nothing else worth mentioning. There's fish, but fishes want catching, and catching means waiting. Is that water good that's spouting down that hill? Said Captain Muddle. Deliciously pure and cold and bright, answered Reynolds. Muddle sent a look at the oysters which the men had handed up. We might do with some more of them, said he. And suppose you turn to, James, and lower a couple of casks into the boat. We can do with a little pure, cold, bright, fresh water. It may be all a week's sail yet, and fresh water at sea is fresh water, if it's fresh water anywhere. Bar no place in this globe, though you shall call it Sahara. Have you eaten any breakfast, Captain? He continued, expressing much kindness in tone and manner, and some culture in enunciation. No, I've eaten nothing since yesterday, answered Reynolds. Then step below, sir. Joe, he shouted. A young sailor started from the rail over which he had been hanging, in the lazy lounging posture of the merchant seaman when he is idle on board ship. Bring some hot tea aft to the cabin. Get some coffee made. Tell the cook to fry some bacon, and put some salt beef and marmalade and ship's bread on the table. And he led the way, down into the cabin, through the little companion hatch, a brown, dusky interior, with lockers for seats, and a chair for the skipper at the head of the table, a dingy skylight, a stove, and two little cabins aft, and two little holes of berths in the forepart. Reynolds, cap in hand, stood gazing around him, dumb with the transport with which the sight of the cabin fired him. This interior, gloomy as it was raised by the spirit of this rescued man to the magnificence of a palace, by the royal quality of liberty with which its darkling atmosphere was instinct. I thank thee, O God, his heart said mutely, and he turned up his eyes with a beautiful and touching look of adoration and gratitude. End of chapter 11. Recording by Thelma Meyer.
Chapter 12 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 12. After 8 years, one morning in May 1898, a gentleman was driven to the Tavistock Hotel, Covent Garden. He alighted and entered the house, and having viewed his bedroom, proceeded to the coffee room and opened the London Directory. His beard and mustache were scissor-trimmed. He wore his hair short, but this was white, whilst his beard was iron grey, dappled with white. The change which the hurl of the breaker had wrought in his face had been confirmed by time, and no two men could have been more dissimilar than Frank Reynolds, who had married Lucretia Lane in 1890, and the Francis Reynolds, who had driven to the Tavistock Hotel on the morning of May 14, 1898. He turned to the addresses under the heading Tep Stow Place. The house in which Mrs. Lane had lived was now occupied by one William Johnson. He looked down the list of court addresses and found so many Mrs. Lanes that he easily saw he might spend a fortnight in driving about all over London, only to fail to verify the individual he had in his mind. He shut the immense volume and went to eat the breakfast he had ordered. There was no need for him to report his safe arrival to the owner of the Flying Spur, Mr. George Blaney. Long before, whilst in Australia, he had learnt that this gentleman, like his ship, had gone under, and that Mr. Blaney, as a man and owner, was as extinct as the crew who had never returned to take up their wages. Whilst he breakfasted, his thoughts were with his wife. He did not intend to justify Goodhart's prophecy that he would seek her out if living and endeavor to woo her back to him, but he most passionately desired to know if she were alive, where she was, if she was married, and if she was well or badly off. The mold of his character was very visible on his face. You witnessed habitual melancholy, a habit of thought that was often carried into the recondite, deep sensibility that practice of patience paints upon the human countenance, with a firm cohesion of the whole in a spiritual tissue of resolution. This, in a brief survey, the gifted eye could easily construe. No, it was not his intention to woo his wife afresh, if she was still in a state of life to be won. But he could not be in London, he could not see and hear and smell and taste London, without the sensations thus excited attacking memory and troubling it into the presentment of hot and oppressive images. The marriage, the delirious refusal to see or have anything to do with him, his visit to a solicitor, the stratagem that had decoyed her to the ship, her insensate, unwomanly, unwifely aversion whilst on board, and the inglorious victory of her departure at Falmouth. After breakfast he called a cab and drove to the office of a shipping paper off Grace Church Street. He said to a clerk, "Do you know if there is any reference to the loss of a full-rigged ship called the Flying Spur in one of your back numbers?" "What date, sir?" "She was lost February 2nd, 1891, but I could not tell you the date when the news was published." "They'll know all about it at Lloyd's," said the clerk. "I want to know if the news was published in the papers." "You're welcome to turn over those back numbers, sir," said the clerk, eyeing him with some curiosity and indicating a table on which reposed a number of bound copies of the journal going back some years. Now Reynolds never had doubt in his mind that all hands of the ship's company, saving himself, had perished, in which case, having regard to his own situation on the island, the ship's loss could only have been assumed. She would have been posted at Lloyd's, ranked amongst the missing, and then dismissed from the commercial memory as something extinct. But the boat of the Esmond, it will be remembered, had gone away to intercept a distant ship on October 2nd, 1891, and it was possible that her people had been taken out of her, in which case they would report that the Flying Spur had been lost off the island of Santo Cristo, and that out of her whole crew the captain alone had survived by being cast in a life-belt upon the island. So Reynolds turned to the volumes containing the issues of November and December 1891, and to the succeeding volumes of 1892 and 1893. These he painfully and laboriously examined through a pair of spectacles, and spent nearly 2 hours in this study, but found not the smallest reference to a ship or her loss, nor to the escape of the Esmond's crew that had left the island. It was clear that Captain Modell had admitted to report the circumstances of Reynolds' escape, and Reynolds himself had been silent. The clerk said there was no fee. The volumes were for convenience of the public, particularly subscribers, and Reynolds departed. It was quite certain that if the Shipping Gazette, which records everything about the merchant service, had made no reference to the loss of the Flying Spur, all papers in any way likely to meet the eye of Lucretia would be, and had been, silent also. Next morning Reynolds travelled by railway to Bayswater, and he walked from the station to Chepstow Place. His breath grew somewhat difficult as he approached the house. All that had happened between pressed heavily upon his heart in a sensible weight of intellectual atmosphere. This was the pavement they had walked on when they returned from church, she with arms hanging by her side, as inflexible, mute as the corpse in a grave. What had provoked this cruelty in her? Why had she married him? Everything was present, as though they all were of today. But the chasm demanded for its passage a bridge of sighs that had taken 8 years to make. And was it for him, a husband scorned, humiliated, forsaken, on one side to measure that length, or for her, on the other side, to cross it if alive? He summoned the servant and was admitted. The card he gave her was plain, and on it he had written, Mr. John Goodhart, Tavistock Hotel, Covent Garden. He was shown into the parlor. This was the little room in which Mrs. Lane had displayed those refreshments of which the wedding guest had not partaken. The image of Lucretia shaped itself with the velocity of memory upon the eyes of his spirit. He was alone, and there she stood in the doorway, at the table, as she had again and again stood, tall, nobly, molded with a light that should have been love in the luminous gloom of her eyes, with glowing hair and firm lips, and a demeanor of tranquillity which he had long ago translated into passionless nature, ice-cold in chastity, bleak and sterile by refrigeration of virginal impulse, a beautiful flower without odor, a lovely star without heat, a woman into whose creation entered many of the perfections of her sex, but from whom he had been withheld the sanctifying touch that creates womanliness. Mr. William Johnson walked in, a white-whiskered man and bald, who apologized for presenting himself in a dressing-gown. This house, said Reynolds, after a few sentences, had been exchanged, was occupied a few years ago by a widow named Lane, Mrs. Lane. Yes, I took it after her death. Oh, she is dead, then? Exclaimed Reynolds, with the calmness that betrayed the preconcerted arrangements between the nerves and the understanding. Yes, I happen to know something about her. As a matter of fact, I am the late manager of the insurance office in which Dr. Lane purchased an annuity on the joint lives of self and wife. There was a Miss Lane? I believe there was. Do you know if she's alive? I'm afraid I can't tell you. Nothing. I merely happen to remember the name of Lane as a client of the office. I know a friend of hers, said Reynolds, who wants to hear about her. How shall I go to work to obtain the information? Mr. Johnson studied Reynolds' face with some attention, with the attention of a man who has passed his life in taking lives. It was an interesting, a striking, in all respects very remarkable face. I rather fancy, said he, after a little reflection, that if you were to call at my old office, they will be able to give you the name of Mrs. Lane's solicitor, who had something to do with her will, for I remember that he wrote to us about the annuity. I am greatly obliged. How long has Mrs. Lane been dead, do you suppose? I took possession here in February 1895. I was her immediate successor, and as these houses do not long remain empty, we may assume that her death was then comparatively recent. Reynolds bowed and left the house. After transacting certain business at the London and Westminster Bank, he walked to the insurance office, which was within a couple of streets. The letter book was examined, and the address of the late Mrs. Lane's solicitor found. He was Mr. J. Wembley Jones, Lincoln's Inn Fields. It was too late to call that day. Reynolds returned to the hotel. A man alone in London, without friends or acquaintances, seldom feels lonelier than when in a London hotel. The bigger the hotel, the vaster the desert, the wider the amplitude of the swing of the pendulum of dullness. And perhaps what is least agreeable of London in flavor, sound, and sight, you will discover by putting up at a hotel in Covent Garden. The prevalent property of the district is cabbage. The residual music is the Hebrew throat of the salesman and the bray of the coaster's donkey. The climate is fog, and the prospect strictly limited. Reynolds had felt with crushing severity the burden of solitude imposed by his island. But the feeling of loneliness which depressed him that evening as he sat now in a coffee room, now in the smoking room of the hotel, though differing in kind, was not in degree very remote from the feeling that he had weighed him down in Santo Cristo. Was his wife alive? He could form no reason to suppose her dead. He assumed her living, and logically thought, therefore, of her as alive, and, it must be added, alone. For to presume her married, in the belief that he was dead, was to mangle and ruin his theory of her. That bayonet-keen principle of chastity that had kept him at bay, that had dispatched him to a remote part of the globe, as much a bachelor as if there was not a woman in the world, must surely have kept another off, all others off, unless, indeed, the cold and pitiless weapon had sunk at the catcall of poverty, or to the rainbow of elegance of title and estate. But it was his habit to think of Lucretia as alive, alone, and this conception, working in him as a truth, troubled him by the creation of a subtle yearning, a straining of mind which his consciousness refused to heed, because he had resolved not to seek her, nor to have relations with her. But desire was in him, nevertheless, as pain is in sleep, causing the suffering to moan and toss. He sent in the same sort of card he had delivered at Chepstow Place. Next day to Mr. Wembley Jones in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and entered an office where he was received by a tall, thin, whiskered man with a big hook nose and a Caspian Sea of shirt front, on the top of which, under stiff stand-up collars, sat a black bow. He took a chair, and Mr. Wembley Jones examined him with keen attention. "I have ascertained, Mr. Reynolds, that you were the late Dr. Lane's solicitor." "That is so. Dr. Lane apparently had a daughter," continued Reynolds, "who became Mrs. Reynolds, and as I have a communication to make to her, I should feel obliged if you would give me her address." Mr. Wembley Jones summoned a clerk from the adjacent office. "Find out, if you can, in the letter book, Mrs. Reynolds' last address, the Mrs. Reynolds who is the daughter of Dr. Lane." "I'll explain to you as briefly as I can the object of this visit," said Reynolds. "I happened to be off the island of Santo Cristo, becalmed, and sent the mate ashore to examine and report with respect to fresh water and provisions." "When was that, sir?" "Last year." Mr. Wembley Jones bowed. The mate returned and brought a letter which he said he had found nailed to the lid of a chest in a cave. It was addressed to the honourable stranger. It contained £150 in banknotes, and a letter signed by one Francis Reynolds, begging the finder to send the money to his wife, Mrs. Reynolds. Here Reynolds pulled out a pocket-book and seemed to refer, "Care of Mrs. Lane, Chepstow Place, Bayswater." "These are the notes," said he, taking them from his pocket-book. "Have you the letter?" "I put it into a locker for safekeeping, and when I wanted it I could not find it. These notes were nailed to the lid of the chest, but you'll observe that they are not perforated," said Mr. Wembley Jones blandly, but with professional suspicion colouring his smile. "The notes were folded thus," said Reynolds, with dramatic emphasis and a warm cheek. "The envelope was large. The nail obviously missed the notes." "How else should it have been, pray?" "Do you know what has become of Francis Reynolds?" inquired the solicitor. Reynolds shrugged his shoulders. "Do you think that he died on the island?" "A man who writes such a letter as I read is not far from his end," was the answer. "But all the same, he might have been rescued." "Certainly, in the face of this evidence, he would not, in the eyes of the law, be considered dead." "How about the disposal of the money, sir?" said Reynolds, with an air of carelessness, as though he wished to complete his mission without further trouble. At that moment the clerk entered with the letter book. "Yes," said Mr. Wembley Jones, after humming through the impression of a letter which the clerk had placed before him. "Mrs. Reynolds had occasion to write to me about an investment under her father's will. The date, I see, is June 1896. Her address then was Mrs. Reynolds, Ladies' School, Cathedral Place, Canterbury. I have not heard of or from her since. Will you take charge of this money on her account?" said Reynolds, with the tranquillity of a man with many months of ocean solitude had converted into an admirable artist in self-control and facial tokens. "I'll first ascertain if she's in Canterbury," answered the solicitor, "and then communicate with you," he added, picking up the card. "You will then instruct me, or act for yourself as you think proper. Did the officer you sent on the shore observe no signs whatever of human life on the island?" "The place was empty of life as that of a hat," said Reynolds. "It is important that Mrs. Reynolds should be made acquainted with what you have told me. It might rescue her from a very disagreeable position. We cannot be convinced by your statement that Francis Reynolds is dead, and his wife should be advised not to entertain the idea of a second marriage for some time to come." Reynolds inclined his head as though he should say, "This is no business of mine." "Are you making any stay in town?" inquired the solicitor. "I shall stop at the hotel for a few days. I think, Mr. Goodhart, you shall hear from me when I have news to send you about Mrs. Reynolds." Reynolds rose, bowed, and walked out. "Mr. Simpson," said Wembley Jones to the clerk, who had been a silent auditor since his arrival with the letter book, "did you ever see a more remarkable-looking man?" "Never, sir." "I was thinking so." "That man," said the solicitor, "has known trouble. He has suffered hardship." "What's his calling, sir?" "Why, the sea, I suppose. He talked of being off an island and sending his mate on shore. An interesting face, almost fascinating. A very honourable man, too, to bring the handsome sum of £150 in notes for remittance to a stranger." He drummed on a table for a moment, lost in thought, with his eyes planted on the window, like a doctor thinking of a prescription whilst the patient waits. "Send Mr. Wilkins here, please." 5 days after his visit to Mr. Wembley Jones, Reynolds received a letter from the gentleman, informing him that Mrs. Reynolds had left Canterbury in October 1896, and taken a situation as governess at Margate. She was there in August 1897. He had written to her at Margate, but down to the present had received no reply. Reynolds, in answer, said he would place the amount in his bank, that letters addressed to him at the hotel in Covent Garden would be forwarded, and that on his hearing that Mrs. Reynolds' address was known, he would send Mr. Wembley Jones a cheque. All this seemed little better than beetle talk, but it is necessary as containing particulars which are links that must be made visible to this chain of sequences. 2 facts Reynolds had come to discover. First, that his wife was alive. Next, that she was poor. Poor she certainly must be, because had her income been sufficient to enable her to live without work, she, though a clever, well-read, even accomplished woman, by which is meant that she sang well, played the piano well, danced with splendid grace, could speak French and read in German, a language she had taught herself, and had covered a range of English literature which very few young ladies had ever heard about, was one of the last of her sex to have dreamt of offering her services in a walk of life whose thankless and underpaid toil she would speak of with pity and aversion. Evidently she had started a school and failed. He was moved to think of her as alone and struggling, as alone and poor in a world where to be poor is to entitle man or woman to the sympathy of the mongrel dog that, despite fleas and the mange, is taught by nature how to earn a living, to rejoice in the sunshine, and exalt with complacency its stumpy vibrio of tail. And the emotion thus induced quickened yet that subtle and finely burning desire which his reason declined to recognize. But then he would argue in varying terms over and over again, if suddenly she found me loathsome enough to abandon 8 years ago, when I was comely and younger, how shall it be now, if she meets me and sees me with this broken face, this changed and charged expression? If she should see the man she had shrunk from and hissed at, and forsaken, clothed in a trunk of flesh, molded by the finger of the breaker and painted by the viewless brush of the island spirit of solitude. In short, he feared to meet her, dreading the horror and wrath which would flame in him and consume him and make a pitiful wrench of him, if, forgiving the past, she spurned him and turned from him as at Chepstow Place, as on board the Flying Spur, as at Falmouth, when she departed without giving him a single look. When he was on the island, his heart clamored for the civilization of great cities. His dreams were of crowded streets and bustling shops. Now that he was in the middle of the greatest city the world has ever probably known, he began to pine for the repose of the country, or the 100 pictures of the coast. He was consistent, however, in his dislike of London. He might have been likened to the case of a man who, having received a blow on the head, loses a sense. It may be taste or smell or both. Reynolds associated London with his marriage. His marriage was intellectually a knock on the head and it extinguished all capacity of relishing London. It was not because he believed his wife to be in Margate that he resolved to spend a month or two in Ramsgate. As you have just heard, he trembled at the idea of meeting her, not because he did not most passionately desire to behold her, but because he feared the ruining consequences to himself of an encounter. But even supposing Lucretia to be in Margate, the town was as far from Ramsgate as Ramsgate from Deal, or Deal from Dover, and there was no more reason why he should come across her in Ramsgate than if he remained in London or vindicated his prenuptial aspirations by making the tour he had planned for his honeymoon. He liked the old town of Ramsgate. He had spent many a holiday there in his boyhood. His recollection of an embracing pier, the bright and folded water of the harbor reflected the red or brown of the drooping sail of the smack or collier, the sparkle of windows looking eastward over the edge of the low white ramparts, the placid hours he had passed in fishing over the side of a boat when, to the thrilling tug at the baited hook, he would strike and haul up hand over hand a place as big as a turbot, who made sport choice and delicious by the resistance of its heavy, curved shape in the water. His recollection of these and more, when life was young and blood romped through his heart, and the horizon of the passing year was gay with the pennons hoisted by the hope, or remembered as pleasures freshened him to the very spirit, as the salt, sweet breath of sea vivifies and enriches to the inmost depth of existence. And one morning, about 3 weeks after his arrival in London, he packed his portmanteau and drove to Charing Cross Station. It was the month of June, a pleasant month in old England, nowhere pleasanter than by the sea, when the ocean blends her gifts of weed and shell and sand with the color of odorous produce of the land. In Australia, he had added £4,000 to the value of Goodhart's bonds by prudent speculation or wise investment, and his income was about $600 a year. On this amount, a single man may, if he is discreet, make a figure. He cannot indeed run a theatre or start a London daily paper or race or keep a yacht, but he can, for instance, when he arrives at such a place as Ramsgate, treat himself to the best hotel, and this Reynolds did, putting his name down as John Goodhart. This hotel is situated on the East Cliff and bears the name of a bland old politician who was long a Lord Warden, and remembered for his affirmation that on the advice of his doctor he dropped port for a year, at the end of which the gout had not only returned in full force, but had made room for 7 even worse fiends, so that he not only had to writhe under his disease, but also under the memory of having lost 12 months of port wine to no purpose. Reynolds arrived in town for the table d'hôte, and then strolled out to view the place. Ramsgate, it is said, has been greatly improved by its new road and the disappearance of parts of the old town. The improvement is much the same as that made by the section of a red brick, cherry-built villa in the midst of houses where architecture is Tudor or older yet, where everything but this flaunting place of worse than Cockney impertinence, with its farthing affections of porch and pillar, its carrot-haired roof and impudent assertion of bay window, where everything else breathes in a poetry of soft and happy keeping, style blending with style, shadow with shadow, decay with decay, until the soft and pure rhythm, the adjustment of harmonies, the gradual but beautiful revelation of meaning, both in man's work and time's relation with his work, makes an idyll or sonnet of the spot. This was much about Reynolds' judgment of the improved Ramsgate he viewed as he strolled with memory eagerly and fondly painting the old sea-town with its gap of Harbour Street betwixt two cliffs, like Dumpton Gap a little way behind, its terraces of chalk in those days undisfigured by the railroad station, and the black hole of tunnel that belches sulphurous vapor at the glaring advertisements hung up just outside its spacious stage of sands, on which were enacted 100 agreeable buffooneries. The fat women screaming with laughter on the galloping donkey, the milkman limping under cans and yelping goat milk fresh from the cow, the sweet song of the brandy ball man, the orgies in the surf, where shrieked the timid and stood still the brave, where elderly men fell out of the machines like little colleges and disappeared in foam, where figures of blubber bobbed and vanished, where girls who, when apparelled for the esplanade, looked a dream of fair women, emerged in shrunk and clinging shapes, pallid, hair-wrenched, and sexless to the male eye. It was the hour of sunset. Over the levels between Minster and Sandwich, the red light was streaming in pennons of glory, with certain large clouds over the town reverberated and dispatched in a delicate orange into the liquid velvet softness over France. Yonder, opposite Deal and Walmer, were the downs, with a sea line covered with small, dim sketches of ships motionless in the distance. Reynolds leaned upon the rail that stopped people from falling over the cliff, and gazed at the remote prospect of water. A headwind had forced him to bring up there 8 years ago, in the Flying Spur, with Lucretia on board disdaining him, acting indeed as though she loathed him. 8 years ago, right opposite Acadia, was slowly flapping along for Ramsgate Harbor. Her sails were coloured by the sun-glow, and they panted like the human breast as she strove with the stream of tide. 8 years ago. Where was Lucretia now? Tomorrow he would go to work to find out if she was at Margate, and if she was in that town he would instruct Mr. Wembley Jones to send her the money for which he would remit his check. He could not endure to think of her as alone and poor and struggling. How could he tell but that she might be in actual want? The dusk drew down, found him watching the sea. A few people paced the esplanade to and fro. The light of the Goodwins sparkled, and the Calais lantern glanced its lighting into the distant gloom. Yonder lurid spark is the brilliant star which the Frenchman's kindly hand had set upon the forehead of his rock of greenness. A band was playing somewhere, but not too near to trouble the weaving mind. Lights like the glowing tips of cigars burnt at the ends of the piers. whose dark curves framed a gleaming shadow, restful with slumbering shapes of moored craft, a rest not broken by the vision of white wing creeping from seaward betwixt the pierheads like a wreath of mist in the sad color of the dawn. What was the light making the dark atmosphere look sultry with tincture as of volcanic vomit beyond the good ones? It was the rising moon. She lifted a swollen, distorted bulk, freed herself from the clinging draperies of the atmosphere, and soared into an orb of brilliance, rolling down the water under her fan-shaped river of brightness. Someone stopped just behind Reynolds. He turned to see who it was who stood so close, and behold his wife, in the clear glow, watching the moon. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Gary Ullman, Middletown, New York.
Chapter 13 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Francis. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 13, At Ramsgate. She stood so close that he could see the stars of the moonlight in her eyes. Her face was pale as marble in that sheen. She was dressed in dark clothes that expressed her figure, and her sailor hat was of colored straw. She gave him no more heed than she bestowed on the people who passed. The lovely picture of the rising moon and its rippling reflection, and the black brig sulkily stemming and panting to the right of the flowing radiance in the sea, appeared to have fascinated her. A sensation of tightness was about his heart, and its pulse throbbed, half-strangled. His throat grew dry, as in fever, and the sudden passion of his spirit ran a momentary paralysis through him, and he stood as one seized with tetanus after taking poison. She was before him, even as he had viewed her spiritually from his fissure in the dell, pallid in the star-white light that clothed her. Who is the artist that can throw such a passage of life upon the mental gaze of his reader, without shrinking from the dread of the derision that attends exaggeration? She passed on without noticing him, for this was a figure to court the male eye, and she was used to being stared at. He watched, and then followed her. That old mole-in-the-earth Goodhart, was his prophecy to be fulfilled? Was the old magic to exert the old spell now that she was there, stately in form, unchanged, unless the moon lied, by so much as a single stroke of the pencil of time? She stopped again to look at the sea, and he halted and turned his back, again followed when she moved, and so kept her in sight, down Augusta Road into the Bellevue Road, where she vanished. But he had marked the house she entered, and presently passed it, and read the number. It was a road mainly of poor lodging-houses. He returned to the esplanade, and sat down to think. His heart had cooled. Memory had flooded and chilled him as the night with its cold moisture descends upon the sea. Moonlight makes all things beautiful. Says Wordsworth, "The moon doth with delight look round her when the heavens are bare." But it had not adorned the beauty of Lucretia by throwing over her its concealing ethereal veil of silver. In 8 years she had not physically changed. He was sure of that. If materially she had not altered, why should he expect or hope that she had morally altered? What right had he to believe that her passionless nature was not still as frosty as it was 8 years ago, with its ice-bleak presence of a form of chastity that was a distemper of mind? And if this was true, would it not be equally true to predict that the revelation of his identity, the confession of his individuality as Francis Reynolds, would provoke precisely the same disgust, induce exactly the same horror and revulsion which had attended her marriage and made of her a moral phenomenon? This was a consideration that brought his brows together, and his hand tightened upon his stick. For he knew himself well enough to understand that his self-respect as a man, that the honor in which it is the duty of every man to hold his own character, seeing that to the degree of honor a man does himself is the dignity of his manhood lifted, must fall irretrievably into ruin if he again courted and gained the aversion which had dispatched her to her bedroom from the church, and filled his arms with the killing mockery of a phantom. He resolved to pursue a course, and walked to the hotel. He entered the reading-room and seated himself at a desk at a table, and wrote to Mr. Wembley Jones. I am here, and by accident have discovered that the Mrs. Reynolds whom you were good enough to inquire about is lodging at 28 Bellevue Road, in this town. Will you kindly send her the enclosed draft for £150, stating the facts as I related them to you, and oblige, etc. He signed the name of John Goodhart. He mused a bit after writing and stamping his letter. Suppose, he thought, on receipt of this money Lucretia leaves Ramsgate? I may be unable to trace her again. And he plausibly represented to himself that his desire to hold her in view was because she was obviously poor and apparently alone and might want a friend. The judgment is always willing to be betrayed by one's tastes rather than be controlled by one's interests. He entered the hall and posted the letter. "The morning," said a gentleman, who next day was seated at breakfast at the same table with Reynolds, "is always the pleasantest part of the seaside in June, when fine. The dip, then the breakfast, then the pipe. Where does tobacco discharge so delicate a richness, so nutty an aroma as by the sea? The fresh fried sole for breakfast yields a sweetness and flavor it never delivers inland. There is a savoriness, by the sea, in the incense sent up by the dish of eggs and bacon which must often make the gods lament their divinity as a form of being which requires neither palate nor stomach." This rhapsodist, who was rather deaf, and who had told Reynolds that he was a stockbroker with a great taste for literature, in which he had sought eminence without achieving it, this man who had informed Reynolds in the smoking-room that he had read Burton's Anatomy 14 times, that he possessed the first folio edition of Beaumont and Fletcher, and that he had refused £600 for a collection of autographs from Wycliffe to the Prince Consort, might have added to his list of the engaging pleasures of the seaside on a fine June morning, the breakfasting at an open window which frames a broad plain of water sparkling with sun-stars, over whose surface firm ruled against the sky, glide shapes of steamer and sailing ships, the solemn mail-boat, stately in sentiency of human life, of precious freight, of beautiful enginery, of elegance in mold of hull, the cargo tramp that, perceptive of the undermanned lookout aboard her, strains the eyes of her hawse-pipes at the sea from her rearing bows, that coaster of the coast, the barge, discoloring the water under her with dyes of red mainsail and white topsail. Pleasant also is it to breakfast in the fanning of the fresh salt air, to the stealthy seething of waters upon the sands and rocks, to the thin, undistracting orchestra composed of the town band afar, piano organs muffled round the corner, blackened minstrels upon the beach, human voices calling or singing, the vibration of bells, the cries of the hawker, faint as though in partial vacuo, blending and contained within that frame of open window, with the hollow dome on high full of blue air and moving clouds. Before and during breakfast Reynolds had kept a lookout for his wife. He was consumed with the desire to behold her by daylight. One road to the town, from the place where she lived, would carry her past the north and east windows of the hotel. How did she occupy the day? Did she teach? And if so, at a school, or did she receive pupils? After breakfast he went for a walk. His heart prompted his legs, and he made for the arbor by way of Augusta Road, and the road in which Lucretia lodged. He looked at the house as he slowly passed. A somewhat dingy, poorly draped, fifth-rate lodging-house, whose character was not improved by the yells of a man gutting fish at a barrow opposite the door, with a couple of cats rubbing themselves against his fear-not trousers, and by another fellow with a basket on his arm, trying to burst through the first man's shouts of "Beautiful fresh soles!" by bawling in ear-splitting notes, "Ho, the beautiful fresh Pegwell Bay shrimps!" Lucretia was not to be seen. He walked on, lost in thought about her, and passed through the pier gates into a scene that was as familiar to him then as it had been a quarter of a century before. It was a richly colored picture of English longshore life. The breeze filled it with motion. In places it was a dance of prisms. Every flag rippled and waved seawards. The wherries swayed upon the pulsation of the waters. Shadows like that of gigantic fingers ran through the white heights of hoisted canvas. Marble-like forms of seagulls hovered on tremorless wings between the pierheads, where the surface of the brine glanced and frolicked with the splendor of a herring shoal. Reynolds, pensive with memories of boyhood, watched a tug head slowly out, slapping her wake of foam at the mud barge she towed. A cluster of large pleasure boats called yachts lay at the pier steps, and their captains were competing for fares in voices which could be heard half a mile off. Some way this side lay the lifeboat reposing peacefully at her buoy, a noble, a significant symbol of the life of the sea to the sailor. One of those yacht masters on the pier was exhorting the public to step on board his swift and lovely ship and sail to the Goodwin Sands, where they would land to play at cricket, an incident of travel to boast of on their return home. And hard by was the lifeboat, so fraught with memories of those same deadly Goodwins that you might almost fancy, if you pressed your ear against one of her thwarts, whispers of tragedies, breathings such as fabrics made sentient by their burden and business of humanity converse with, would penetrate to your consciousness and group upon your spiritual retina many shocking, many wild, many ghastly visions. What sailor but knows them? The dead bodies lashed in the lee mizzen rigging, men who had drowned in the freezing foam when the mast went, watched by a shivering crowd of wretches in the foretop. The saloon of the stranded liner with the dead bodies of nuns and others floating about. The streaming, reddening flare that lights up the sea for miles and flings upon the flying raven wings of the storm a low sullen radiance, in which the rocket of the lightship flashes and fades. "Would you like to go for an hour's row, sir? Beautiful day for a sail. Some nice fishing to be had. Very fine pouting. Codlin's long as my arm," said an elderly man, coming up to Reynolds. His face was like the inside of a crumpet, with its recollections of smallpox, and though the dog days were not far off, he wore a yellow sou'wester and lounged in breeches as heavy as winter blankets. "Aren't you Joe Cooper?" said Reynolds. "Yes." "I remember you, 25 years ago. Have you been here ever since?" "Aye, ever since I was born. So'd father. So'd his father. Shall I get the boat ready, sir?" "How's old John Goldsmith?" "Old John? Him as 'ad the pilot? Why, he comes down here 3 years ago, just where we're a-standing, and arter looking at his pilot, he says, 'Joe,' he says he, 'the old Bart lies safe.' 'Aye, safe enough,' says I. 'I feels a bit tired,' says he in a soft way. 'I think I'll go and lie down.' Lie down he did, and he's still a-lying. 'William,' he bawled, 'got any bait in that there can?' Reynolds gave him 2 shillings and walked away. He had fished so much in his day that he wanted no more of that sport. He went on the pier, but all the time that he walked his eyes hunted for a sight of Lucretia. But throughout that day he saw nothing of her, though he was studiously much about, on the sands, on the West Pier and West Cliff, and at 10 o'clock that night, when he sat in the smoking-room conversing with the stockbroker and 1 or 2 others, he had not seen her. Next morning he received a letter from Mr. Wembley Jones, acknowledging the receipt of his cheque for £150, and informing him that he had sent the money to Mrs. Reynolds at the address given by Mr. Goodhart, together with the particulars which he had been asked to communicate. He added that he did not doubt that Mrs. Reynolds would do herself the pleasure to call upon Mr. Goodhart, to personally thank him for his kindness. This was naturally Reynolds' expectation, but he did not suppose that she would call in the morning. On his return, however, to the hotel to lunch, a card was given to him, and the porter said that a lady had called to see him, and that she would come again at 4:30. The card bore the engraved name of Mrs. Reynolds, and she had written her address in the corner. He had flattered himself that he had schooled his face, and drilled his spirit into qualifying him for such a meeting, as to betray on his side no more than if indeed he was veritably the man he personated. But as he walked to the luncheon-table with his wife's card in his hand, he was conscious of a perturbation, a hurry and tumult of mind, a collision and recoil of sensations which occurred him it was vastly well, truly, that he had not met his wife without this advice of her coming. Indeed, he could scarcely swallow the meal he ordered, and when his acquaintance, the literary stockbroker, asked from an adjacent table if he would join him in a shilling trip in one of the pleasure boats that afternoon, the answer he received was so abrupt, in a person whose demeanor was uniformly mild, somewhat melancholy, but pleasantly flavored with geniality, that the stockbroker thought that Mr. Goodhart must be feeling ill, and looked at him for a little while in friendly inquiry. Reynolds, conceiving that the ordeal of the first meeting with his wife would lose intention if it were unwitnessed, asked for a private room in which to receive his visitor, and at 4:30 he was pacing its carpet. Precisely at the time named in the message, the knuckles of a waiter drummed on the door, which was flung wide open, and "Mrs. Reynolds, sir," was announced in a strong German accent. Reynolds stood with his back to the light, and bowed low with a tranquillity that would have reassured any secret spectator who had been his well-wisher. Had the moon the night before last told a flattering tale? Had she deceived him with her cold pencils of white brightness? It is a fact that 8 years had robbed Lucretia of nothing, and had added something. As the red rose of June is to the same red rose of July, was Lucretia of the altar in St. Stephen's Church to the Mrs. Reynolds, who sank her head in a queenly movement to Mr. Goodhart. Hers indeed had been some trial of poverty, not severe, but no discipline of maternity, no death of babe, nor anxiety of always ailing child, no kitchen murmurous with grievances, and the poor pay of a shipmaster as a thread for the pearls of the faith of Hymen. She was richer in color, fuller and rounder in figure than when they had parted, but one characteristic time had wrought no change in, and this was the inherent quality of coldness in the residual expression of her face, which, had she been ugly, would have ascended to the degree of a virile austerity. But though her beauty held this element in solution, it was present and visible as the label of her nature, and Reynolds at a glance saw that if Lucretia had not lost an external charm as a woman, neither had anything come on the spiritual side to help her as a woman. Her sailor's hat suited her, and her dress fitted her. Her left hand was gloved. He could not know at once if she wore his ring. She put her right hand behind her in search of her pocket, and said, with calmness a little colored with the glow of gratitude, "I have the pleasure of addressing Mr. Goodhart?" Again he bowed, and begged her to sit. There was clearly nothing in the sound of his voice that struck her. Her demeanor proved this. It was the self-possession of a lady in the presence of a stranger. "I received this morning this letter," she said, producing it, "from my father's solicitor, Mr. Wembley Jones. He enclosed your cheque for £150, for which I do not know how to express my gratitude to you. The story you told him is naturally of the deepest interest to me, and I shall feel greatly obliged if you can add anything to what Mr. Wembley Jones writes." "I fear I can add nothing," said Reynolds, in a low but steady voice. "It was my duty as a man and a sailor to carry out this poor shipwrecked fellow's wishes. It has given me no trouble. It has been a pleasure. I could enter into the feelings that governed him as he wrote. I wish I had preserved his letter." So far, absolutely nothing in his voice, nor in his aspect to invite her regard outside the interest of the subject she had called about. "You may have been told," she said, "that Captain Reynolds was my husband?" "Oh, yes." "Do you believe he is dead? Mr. Wembley Jones does not seem to consider your discovery of his letter a proof of his death." "He wrote in words such as only a man who is convinced that his death is at hand would use." "And yet that is no proof. He might have been taken off the island." "Would not you have heard from him?" She was silent whilst she looked at the letter she held, and he watched her. "Can you tell me when his letter was dated?" she asked. "To the best of my recollection," he answered, "it was dated January 1892. "6 years ago!" she exclaimed, and the shadow of thought was on her face as her large, dark eyes fastened themselves on the carpet. She looked up and exclaimed, "There has not been a line of reference to the loss of his ship in the papers. The uncertainty has been very hard to bear, but time reconciles us to much." The waiter entered with a tea-tray. Lucretia took off her gloves, and Reynolds saw his wedding ring. "May I give you a cup, Mr. Goodhart?" said she. The same graceful posture at table, the same fine motions of arm, like the swaying of stately branches in summer winds, the same flower-like curve of neck, the same glow of hair and brilliancy of teeth. The magic was there, and the spell was working, but in a way. "Shall I call you Captain Goodhart?" "No, madam. I have given up the sea." "You retired as captain?" "I am Mr. John Goodhart. In the merchant service we are not entitled to be called captains. We are master mariners." "Will you tell me about that island?" "I will tell you what I saw, and what my chief officer reported." When he used the words chief officer, she looked at him intently, under slightly knitted brows, as though something in the tone in which he pronounced the words affected her. But the expression vanished like the shadow of a cloud crossing a brook, and she listened with single-hearted attention. "The island is called Santo Cristo. It is about a mile long, and not a mile broad. It rears a green hill in the middle, out of which, halfway down, spout two cascades. Its foreshore is of white coral sand. It's an island of which something could be made were it situated on a lake on an estate." "Did the officer see no signs of Captain Reynolds?" "None." "If he died on the island—" She did not like to continue. "Nature is kind," said Reynolds, calmly and gravely, "and in 6 years she would not only have found him a tomb, but ornamented his resting place with a memorial, a bush, a little growth of flowers. It is shocking to me to think of his dying on that island. Was he alone, do you think?" "I should say so. Few ships sight that bit of land. Had we not been blown out of our course, we should not have come within 50 miles of it. Then again, the mere circumstance of his letter about you, lying nailed on top of a chest in a cave for nearly 6 years, proves that the island was unvisited. Anybody who landed and explored the island would find the cave and take the letter." He paused and added, "Have you any children?" "No," she answered, with an expression of face which he readily translated into an emotion of tingling self-consciousness, but it never could have been so construed by a stranger. "How did you find out where I lived, Mr. Goodhart?" It was necessary to fib. He was acting a part. The actor must tell lies off the stage as well as on. He was Goodhart to this spectator, and he must play up to the part, just as though he was King Lear or Joseph Surface, watched by Rose in tears. "I saw you on the esplanade the other evening, and ascertained your name, which induced me to inquire after your address, in the conviction that, if I was mistaken, a plain explanation of the facts would be accepted by you as my apology. Never was falsehood nearer the truth, nor more satisfying." He saw that she was not displeased by the initial curiosity the incident implied. He had manifestly been attracted by her appearance, had asked who she was, had been surprised on hearing her name, sought her address, and taken his chance of her proving the woman he wanted. She began to put on her gloves. "How do you think," she asked, "did my poor unfortunate husband contrive to clothe and feed himself on that wretched lonely island?" Reynolds gravely shook his head and slightly shrugged his shoulders, as though he should say, "How can I tell?" She rose. "Is Mrs. Goodhart with you?" she asked, with a smile that was easily interpreted into meaning that, if Mrs. Goodhart is here, I will formally call upon her. "Mrs. Goodhart has been lying in her grave in Sydney since 1878, answered Reynolds. She bowed her head in apology for asking the question. "I wish you to believe, Mr. Goodhart, that I am deeply obliged to you for your kindness." "Nothing could have given me more pleasure. I trust this may not be our only meeting?" "Are you making any stay here?" "I like the place, and shall linger until I weary of it. And you, Mrs. Reynolds?" "Oh, I'm a fixture, I'm afraid. My mornings and afternoons are occupied. One must live, Mr. Goodhart. Woman's opportunities are fearfully limited. If I had been born a man, I should not teach for a living. This money is a great godsend." She looked away to the window, and her fine eyes wore the softened glow which tells of abstraction. But she was back again in a second. "So many, many thanks for your kindness." She extended her hand. He clasped, but released it swiftly. then opened the door and attended her as far as a corridor that led to the hall, bowed, and returned to sit down and think. It will seem incredible that Lucretia should not have recognized her husband. Put it thus. For 6 or 7 years you have thought of a man as dead. The conviction of his death is a custom, and custom lies upon us, like a weight, heavy as frost, and deep almost as life. Suppose this man to reappear, absolutely transformed in aspect. Would you, without information, accept him as the person you know is dead? You might witness features physiological and moral to suggest resemblance, but this resemblance would be accident, and not revelation. And short of revelation, you are bound by the custom of your thought to believe the person you knew dead, and the same man, when he presents himself, another. How stood the thing with this couple? In the first place, it had been a sailor's courtship. She had not seen half as much of him in the wooing time as she would have seen had he filled a shore appointment. Next, she had not been a wife to him. She could not found herself on such knowledge as would have been hers had they lived together. She had abandoned him on her wedding day, and believed him dead after 8 years, during which time she had not heard of him, or set eyes on him, and memory now was holding only the image of him as he figured whilst he courted her. A fugitive figure, thanks to his calling. Here he was now as Goodhart, not as Reynolds. So changed in face, he had started and not known himself, when for the first time after 20 months he had looked at himself in a looking-glass in a cabin in the Chanticleer. The sight of his left eye was so impaired that he could barely see with it. The orb was lustreless and charged the face with a new expression. He used spectacles for reading, and pince-nez for surveying distant objects. His left eyebrow and side of the head were warped by the healing of the wound, and this, combined with the blow which had wrecked one side of the mouth, completed a metamorphosis, of which other features were the white hair and grey beard and mustache, a singular modification in his normal enunciation, owing to the damage done to the mouth, a shadow of melancholy that had never before been visible, that is, in Lucretia's time. It was inconceivable that the wife, believing the man dead, should translate this unfamiliar figure of Mr. John Goodhart into her husband, Frank Reynolds. She had not done so, and when Reynolds returned to the private sitting-room, whose atmosphere still cherished the memory and fragrance of her presence, he felt that he was as dead to her as though he occupied the grave he had dug for his friend. This had been a meeting that had imposed a desperate restraint on him, and now that the pressure was removed, his spirits and feelings swelled into turbulency, and he paced the room deeply agitated. As his passions cooled, he asked himself, what should he do? Nothing was more certain than that his wife, unchanged by time, unsoftened by experiences, was still that same Lucretia of the altar, who had repulsed him after she had vowed before God to love, honor, and obey him. But he loved her, he desired her. The secret of his heart was not to be concealed from his understanding. He thought her a nobler looking, a more beautiful woman now than when he had first met and fallen in love with her. What depth of spirituality in those dark eyes! How sudden, like the play of light, was the sweetness of her smile! How tranquil her brow, as virginal to his, her husband's eyes, as an angel's, who in this world was a little child! How resolved the expression of her bright lips! How excellent in this ignoble world of carnal sensation, whether of finger or nose or eye, that spirit of chastity which had held her from him! He must woo and try to win her as Goodhart. But though in his wife's unchanged nature he thought he saw the necessity for this, it was a prospect his vanity by no means relished. Good God! What would be his feelings to find himself accepted as Goodhart when he had been spurned as Reynolds? To find himself accepted as another man by the wife who would have none of the real man? It was enough to make him feel jealous of himself as Goodhart. Next afternoon at about 5 o'clock, Reynolds was seated with his acquaintance, the stockbroker, on a bench on the east cliff. A very flowery young lady of about 38 passed. She was powdered and vermillioned under a white veil to the aspect of about 20. Eyes doctored by pigments into an expression of liquorish languor, dangerous to old and middle-aged men, round in hip, plump and clean in waist, ripe in bust. "Ha!" exclaimed the stockbroker, fetching a sigh and following the gaudy nymph with his eyes, and the rhapsodist burst out. "How beautiful and mysterious is that creature, woman! Think of the loveliness of her shape, its marvelous adaptability to the purposes for which it is intended, her power of germinating, the rapture she can excite, the inspiration she can fire the imagination with, the mighty or the mean actions she can induce the performance of. Think of her, too, as incarnating that holy mundane trinity, wife, mother, sister. Mr. Goodhart, of all God's miracles, woman is the greatest." "And what is your opinion of man?" asked Reynolds, a little dryly. "I have the highest opinion of man in the aggregate, but the individual man does not always recommend himself to me. He does not always pay his bills. He tells lies. He runs away with your wife." "With the greatest of all miracles?" "Yes, he'll even go so far as that. But the aggregate man, look at that noble steamer yonder. Look at that pier down there. Feel the rumble of the train passing through the tunnel cut in the solid chalk on which we are seated. It's not man's failures that should dismay us. It is his achievements that should astonish and stimulate us. He comes into the world with 5 senses only. In most cases these senses are defective. His knowledge is limited to his capacity of perceiving by these senses, and their doubtful reports are to be construed by that fallible organ, the brain. Thus slenderly, and indeed almost impotently equipped, the man you ask me my opinion of points to the noble bridge that spans the river, to the locomotive shrieking into the tunnel, to the steamship tearing with iron tooth through the mad heart of the living gale, to the message that passes to the antipodes in the twinkling of a star. Think of these products of 5 senses only, 2 or 3 of them abortive, depending in their poor efforts to report aright on the interpretation of that misleading condition of life, the human reason. I say that, on the terms of his existence, man's achievements are godlike." "Not bad for a stockbroker," thought Reynolds, who sincerely agreed with the rhapsodist. Just then Lucretia turned the corner of the esplanade. As she approached, Reynolds stood up and raised his cap. The stockbroker, after a glance at this further illustration of the greatest miracle, walked off. They saluted each other. They agreed that it was a fine evening. "I should like to hear more of— what's the name of the island?" she said. "Santo Cristo. Won't you sit?" She took the place vacated by the rhapsodist. She was slightly flushed. It was not the heat. She was fresh from teaching, and all the while she had walked from the house, she was secretly resenting the manner in which her 2 pupils' mamma had expressed her regret that Lillian's handwriting should show no signs of improvement, and that Violet's spelling should continue wretched. "As if I had had any share in giving those creatures their brains," thought the proud and passionless Lucretia, as she left the house, which was in Wellington Crescent. "I don't think that I could add a sentence to the description I gave you yesterday," said Reynolds. "It's just a poor little uninhabited island. Nothing, I should suppose, could live upon it but a man or a sea-bird." "If my husband had been taken off by a ship, should not I have heard?" "Undoubtedly, either through the owners of his ship or from himself." "What do you really think?" she asked, fastening her full dark eyes upon him. "You are reconciled to the idea of his death?" "His ship was never accounted for after she sailed, and I am forced to believe that he is dead." "Since you are reconciled, I should hold to that view if I were you. Had you been married long before he sailed?" "No," she answered, slightly contracting her brow as she looked at the French coast, which was lifted in a delicate orange mirage, and hovered like a cloud over the sea-line. "Do you like Ramsgate?" he asked. "Yes, but not the reason that keeps me in it. There is nothing that worries the nerves so much as teaching stupid children, whose mothers think them clever and capable of rapid progress." He looked at her with a quiet face, when again she gave him a steady view of her profile, which was the aspect of her beauty he most admired, whilst she gazed at the French coast. "You have friends here, of course?" "None. I have not been here long enough to form acquaintances. Besides, teaching makes one unsociable. I used to think schoolmasters disagreeable company, because they bring with them the peremptory, domineering, correcting ways they employ in a schoolroom. I am afraid, if I went into society, people would find me objectionable for the same reason, which, indeed, I can't help, for one contracts bad habits insensibly in this world of all sorts of misdemeanors. She rose. Good afternoon, Mr. Goodhart. I'm sorry you should be in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. I am going to my lodgings to drink a cup of tea, said she with a smile. Will you do me the pleasure to drink tea with me at the hotel? I am a stranger here, and I assure you your society is a singular privilege, which you will not allow me to lose for a cup of tea? I shall be very pleased, she answered without hesitation. I'm sure your thoughtful kindness, the trouble you have taken in carrying out my husband's wishes, make me very glad indeed to meet you. Naturally, as a lady whose income was very limited indeed, and who was obliged to teach in order to live, she was greatly touched by the kindness of the man who had taken the trouble to find her out, that he might hand her the handsome and welcome sum of £150, her husband's farewell gift. They walked slowly to the hotel. End chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 14. A Rescue. As they walked, Reynolds said to Lucretia, "It is sad that you should be obliged to follow an uncongenial calling for a living. Mr. Wembley Jones told me that your income was small. I think he said £70 a year." Mr. Wembley Jones had said nothing of the sort, but then Reynolds thought that he knew what he was talking about. "It is less than that," answered Lucretia, with her cheek warmed by a little colour discharged into it by half a dozen different feelings. "Indeed, it is barely 60. Their eyes met as she spoke, and she witnessed a sympathy that was deeper than any that could give life to pity in a stranger in his look. He saw a sudden trouble of mind, as of perplexity, in the shadow her brow took, and in the compression of her lips. "Had I thought of it," said he, "I might, on learning the name of your father, have found out where you lived by looking at his will. Your trustee would have given me your address." "There were 2, and both are dead." "Who sends you your money?" "It is received by the bank and forwarded to me. Mr. Wembley Jones told me that you were an Australian." Reynolds did not speak. "The income I receive," she said, "is derived from Australian bonds. I should know what they were called if I heard the name." "New South Wales?" "No." "Victoria?" "Yes." "I also hold in Victoria. They are very safe." She asked him some questions about Australia, and this brought them to the hotel. As they entered, one of 2 men who were conversing in the hall shrieked like a locomotive whistle and fell in a fit. From all parts, from offices and rooms, people rushed. Who was it? Only his Grace the Duke of Blank. When a duke has a fit, the flap is usually great in the barnyard that is the theatre of his exploit. A duke's a duke. Reynolds and Lucretia blended their gaze in an expression of awe at the noble figure, 5 feet 8, as it was lifted and carried away. "Who is it?" asked Reynolds of a waiter. The fellow told him. "What was the matter?" "A fit, sir, but it's well known his viscera's wore out." After an uncontrollable fit of laughter, Reynolds ordered tea for 2 and passed with Lucretia into a great room and sat down with her at a table at an open window which framed the sea. When events come to pass, they lose the weight of meaning they held whilst in contemplation. Had Reynolds been told, whilst on the island of Santo Cristo, that a day might come when he would be sitting at tea opposite his wife in a hotel at Ramsgate, he personating the part of Goodhart, and she accepting it to the very root of the credulity in her, he might, with a shrug and a smile, have held such a circumstance faintly possible, but in the uttermost degree improbable. Now that they were together, he found the situation reasonable, logical, easy, though, to be sure, curious. Very soon after they had seated themselves, she said to him, "Do you know, Mr. Goodhart, that in some way I'm not able to explain, you recall my husband?" "And do you know, Mrs. Reynolds," he replied, "that in some way I can explain, you recall my wife?" "Not that you are a bit like Captain Reynolds," she went on, "and yet you have that sort of resemblance which, if you were his brother, would be called a family likeness." "You are like my wife in eyes, hair, colour, and figure," said he, "but she was slimmer, and had not your voice nor the power of expression I find in your eyes." Lucretia believed that she concealed her pleasure, the pleasure of tickled vanity, but it is seldom that gratification can be so obscured that its light shall not appear in the face. Reynolds's instructions for tea had been liberal. Strawberries and cream, prawns, brown and white bread, butter, cakes, and such things. He easily guessed that Lucretia dined in the middle of the day, and that her lonely repast would be very homely indeed. A mutton chop, say, cooked in a frying pan, ill dressed and ill served, a lone lorn Mrs. Gummidge of a potato, and perhaps a sponge cake for pudding. He had fed for 20 months upon fish fried in a shovel, and he was naturally in sympathy with Lucretia, who lived in a fifth-rate lodging-house. If he had been pleased with his breakfast at an open window with a London stockbroker, we may conceive him immeasurably happier at tea at an open window with Lucretia. It was the singular case of a man who had resolved to woo and win, in another name, and in an unrecognized aspect, the handsome and indecorously chaste woman who had married him, and then cast him out as though he had been one of those abominable fiends whose misdeeds are recounted in Holy Writ. They had been married 8 years. Commonly after 8 years, the most impassioned couple grow a little used to, if not a little tired of, each other. But here was a man who had got married, and had been immediately prohibited to find out what a wife meant, or what marriage was like. The painted dust still glorified this butterfly. The first love of his life still preserved the freshness and the glory of the dream. The virgin still slept in the shape of the married woman, and the wooing of her was to be made as sweetly and deliciously ardent as though she had never been won. An odder contradiction in human affairs could not confound the understanding. Nevertheless, there they sat at tea at an open window in a hotel in Ramsgate. He opened his purse and took out 2 guineas. "The mate I sent ashore," said he, "found these coins in the old chest to which your husband's letter and enclosures to you had been nailed. As they may have belonged to him, will you allow me to present them to you as mementos of his shipwreck?" She slightly flushed, bowed with the stateliness her fine figure and shape enabled her to command, and, taking the guineas in her hand and examining them, said, "I shall value them very much indeed." "I have no doubt they belonged to him," said Reynolds, "and that he put them into that mysterious old chest in preference to making a hole in the earth, as the mariner's custom is when he meets with booty or disburdens himself of treasure. If he was long on the island, his clothes would fall into rags, and he would be as badly off for pockets as young Colonel Jack." She looked pensively out the window, then her eyes came back to the money in her hand. She examined the coins afresh, and put them in her purse. "How long were you at sea, Mr. Goodhart?" "Many years." "It is a hard calling, and badly paid." "Very, very." "The only charm of the ocean as a life lies in it making you see the world. How mean I used to feel sometimes when Captain Reynolds was talking about the places he had visited. He'd tell me about Hong Kong and Calcutta and Sydney and Cape Town and dozens of other places, and all I could answer was, 'Do you know Ramsgate, for I've been there?'" Reynolds was holding himself under wonderful control, such control as he never could have exercised but for 2 reasons. First, he was a man of great intelligence, of instant sympathy, and at this particular juncture you will suppose that every instinct bristled in him with the spirit of alertness. Second, he was used as a sailor to sudden confusing and amazing confrontments, and had taught himself never to be at a loss, and this professional habit had been matured by his island isolation, by months of enforced introspection, by frequent contemplation of contingencies, such, for example, as suddenly meeting his wife, and how he should act, and the like. He listened to Lucretia with an unchanged face whilst she talked. "Though sailors travel far, they see little," said he. "I want to ask you this question whilst I think of it. Do you suppose the sea chest in the cave belonged to Captain Reynolds?" "To judge from the chief officer's description of it, I should say certainly not. He considered it about 100 years old." "I don't think I ever saw his sea chest," said she, musingly. "And now another question, Mr. Goodhart. What chance do you think would a person, placed as I am, find in Australia?" "A very poor chance." "Surely a better chance than England offers?" "No. You are not a cook or a housemaid. Governesses are not in demand in Australia." "Where are they wanted?" she exclaimed, with a glow of eye, a colour of temper he remembered well, and remembered only to admire as he again admired. "Where is the governess paid as a person who must look like a lady if she is unable to live as one? I started a young ladies' school at Canterbury, 2 pupils could not maintain me, and I lost money, which reduced my income and drove me to Margate, where I was most unhappy. I cannot see why governesses should not be wanted in Australia." He laughed softly, and answered that she would be deceiving herself if she acted under that impression. "Forgive my apparent curiosity," he said. "My desire is to be of use to you. Did not Captain Reynolds leave anything, any property, cash, a house?" "I believe he had £200 or £300 lying in savings at the London and Westminster Bank," she said, viewing him steadfastly, as though struck by the idea he had put into her head. "Have you claimed the money as his widow?" "No." "Why?" "Because I never thought of doing so." "Have you had no adviser in your time?" "I have consulted 1 or 2 solicitors, but on business that never could have suggested the thought you have given me." "If you will authorize me to make a claim for this money as Captain Reynolds's widow, I will go to work. How much is it?" "Frank told me it was between £200 and £300, but I know that he drew a part of it before he sailed on his last voyage, and perhaps that was the £150 he wished me to get, and which, thanks, so many, many thanks to you, I have got." "Will you address a letter to me here authorizing me to act for you?" "I will most gladly. Indeed, Mr. Goodhart, you are very, very kind," she exclaimed, and her voice trembled, and the extremities of her mouth twitched, and her eyes softened with the shadow of an emotion, as the sunbeam on the river gathers tenderness from the shadow of the delicate film of cloud. "But," she continued, after a few moments' consideration, "if my husband is alive, have I a right to take the money?" "My dear madame," he answered, steadily returning her gaze, "I understand that it is 8 years since you parted from your husband. His ship has been overdue 7 years. In those 7 years you have not heard of or from him. If he were alive, would not he, on his rescue, have made haste to communicate with you? You must either take it that he is dead, or that he has abandoned you. You knew your husband. Was he the man to abandon you?" Her face expressed the complexity of her mood. She faintly responded, "I do not know. I should hope not." "Then, as he was not the man to desert his wife," continued Reynolds, repressing with a violent effort the animation his voice and manner were beginning to betray, "it must be that he is dead. For how is it to stand with you if you are to go on thinking of him as alive, yet never hearing from or knowing where he is? You told me you were newly married when he sailed. You were, so to speak, his bride. Do men desert their brides, and such brides as you? I do not think I could have deserted my wife whom I loved, and I am sure she would not have thought I deserted her if I had sailed and had not been heard of for 8 years. She listened to him with an attention that made her beauty severe and colourless with the pain of that attention. She sighed suddenly, and gave her body a little shake, as though by the physical effort she could dislodge the gnats of thought which stung her. "You are extremely kind to take so much interest," she said, feeling in her pocket for her gloves. "I will gladly take your advice." "You will write authorizing me to apply for the money?" "Yes, this evening." "It will save a post if I send for it." "I will leave it here." She looked about her for a clock. Reynolds pulled out Goodhart's splendid gold watch, somewhat ostentatiously surveyed it, and said, "It is 6:30. "I will leave the letter at about 8 o'clock." He sprang the lid of the watch as if to inspect the face, so held it that she could not fail to see the monogram J.G. on the back, then closed and pocketed it. She stood up. "When shall I have the pleasure of seeing you again?" he said, rising. "I am engaged morning and afternoon." "And after?" "I usually take a walk on the pier after tea." "Shall we say this hour on the pier tomorrow evening?" She bowed. As they walked to the hall of the hotel, they met the London stockbroker, who, after staring at Lucretia, thought to himself, "Well, this is coming it a bit thick. A pale, melancholy, white-haired man, well on for 60, professing to love science and philosophy, and he has not been in Ramsgate a couple days before he has managed to pick up the handsomest woman in the place. So accurate are men's judgments one of another." That evening Reynolds received the following: 28 Bellevue Road, Ramsgate. Dear Mr. Goodhart, my husband, the late Captain Francis Reynolds, told me before we were married that he had saved up 200 or 300 pounds, with which he intended to furnish a little house for me on his return. This money he said he had placed in the hands of the London and Westminster Bank. I am quite sure this was the name of the bank in London. He sailed in the ship he commanded, the Flying Spur, from Falmouth in October 1890, and I have never heard of or from him since. As you inform me that I am entitled to this money as his widow, I should feel deeply grateful to you if you would help me to receive it, as I am poor and working as a governess, and this sum, whatever it may be, would be greatly helpful. I believe he drew a portion of it before he sailed. Thanking you again and again, believe me, sincerely and gratefully yours, Lucretia Reynolds. He slightly smiled, but his face swiftly resumed its habitual grave and melancholy expression, and he put the letter into his pocket with the slow motion of hand which is one of the body's visible tokens that the spirit within it is in labour. Reynolds was a sailor, but he was also a good man of business. He easily understood that, as a stranger to Lucretia, he could not help her to get the money her husband had left on deposit. The procedure would have involved the starting of a gigantic mill of the law. First, Mrs. Reynolds must apply to the courts for leave to presume her husband's death, and this leave being granted, she must take out letters of administration or obtain probate of her husband's will, and in this case there was no will. The letters of administration, or the probate, would then have to be lodged with the London and Westminster Bank for registration, after which the money standing to the credit of the husband could be withdrawn. Reynolds had no intention to disclose his identity, and his secret must be imminently jeopardized if, feigning to be Goodhart, he placed himself within the radius of the light of that searching bull's-eye, the law. He quite knew what to do, and how to continue his appeals to the gratitude and to the deeper emotions of his wife, by holding her as a lady who would be very willing to accept Mr. Goodhart's word, providing Mr. Goodhart's or another's cheque confirmed it. That was a fine month of June, and the following day was as brilliant as any of the vanished flock of sunlit hours. At 6:30, Reynolds was on the east pier. The sun was reddening westwards, and clouds, as soft and white as foam, came out of the east from the lips of the wind and floated across the sky to make more glorious the pavilions and the couch of the sinking god of day. Many people walked upon the pier. Here and there, within a mile or two, gambolled a boat with men in her fishing, and here and there the canvas of a sailing boat resembled the breaking head of a little sea. The sandwich shore swept along in purple shadow until it soared in dimming brightness where the foreland exalted her star. Whatever took the eye was rich with the colors of the dying day, the blue of the sea a deeper blue, the commonplace sail of the smack a symmetric space of cloth of gold, the granite of the quay mellow as ancient marble, the staring chalk of the cliff as bland as the softness of cream, and every glass sparkle was a little golden sun, and every reflection in the water the poetry of what was mirrored. Reynolds stood at the end of the pier and looked down upon the water, which raced with the tide of flood, and spat and snarled about the solid masonry, leaping in bayonets of blue brine, foaming in eddies, waltzing in mimic whirlpools away eastwards with an inward swirl that made somewhat heavy weather of it close in against the seaward-facing pier wall, and by looking a pace steadfastly down you would have thought that the pier itself was shouldering through it at the rate of knots. "Good evening, Mr. Goodhart." Lucretia stood behind him. He could never weary of admiring her. Every time they met she grew in charm. Her presence was fairer with beauty. Though English to the root, she had, he always thought, a something French, Parisian, in her several graces of demeanour and attire. Could she, even at this early date, fail to see that Mr. Goodhart was very seriously attracted by her, found her gravely engaging? Though his face was half buried in hair, and one eye lustreless, and the side of his face wrinkled like the shell of a walnut, there was window of countenance enough left for the man inside to peep out of and be detected, and she would not have been Lucretia Reynolds, in short, she would not have been a woman, had she missed the import of Reynolds' spirit that came and went in that facial show-box as an actor struts and withdraws. Was the spirit of chastity, adorable and thrice blessed in the maid, but bitter and false in its animation of Lucretia as a wife? Was the spirit that had expelled her lover and her husband from her life, to influence her afresh with like results on the cognition by her heart of Goodhart's meaning? This was the problem Reynolds intended to solve one way or the other, in his own fashion and by the light shed by his past. "How do you do, Mrs. Reynolds? I received your letter last evening, and the matter is in hand. You shall not be kept waiting if I can help it." She thanked him, smiling, and no smile of royalty, taking its value from homage, could be more gracious than hers. "Have you been at work?" he asked, whilst they seated themselves on the low coping that protects the extremity of the pier. "Yes, from 2:30 to 4:30, but I have done with that family. Mrs. Kendall is difficult to please. She has thin lips and pale eyes, and is one of those economical women who at table asks you to help the children plentifully to vegetables. She is a second wife, and calls herself number 2. "Whose wife is she?" "An infatuated old man's, whose only son by his first wife was sent to sea as an apprentice." "She is naturally proud of her own children, and spends all the money she can afford on them?" said Reynolds. "Yes, her baby is the most handsomely dressed infant in Ramsgate, and although the old man is always appealing for funds, Mrs. Kendall manages to keep 2 nurses." Lucretia spoke with a fine sultry glow of resentment and contempt in voice and eye. "I am glad you've done with them. You'll enjoy more liberty," said Reynolds. "I wish you would encourage me to try my fortune in Australia, Mr. Goodhart. If I come in for any money from my husband, a thing I never should have thought of but for you, That, with the money you kindly sent me, would help me to start a school." "I cannot encourage you," answered Reynolds. "This visiting governess work is a pitiful outlook, a hand-to-mouth struggle which subjects one to endless mortifications." "Meanwhile we will see what money Captain Reynolds left in the bank," said Reynolds. "When I was at Canterbury I had some idea of starting a milliner's shop, but I am a miserable hand at business, and I am sure I should lose every penny I embarked." "There is no particular hurry, I hope." "I mean this, Mr. Goodhart," she exclaimed with energy. "The money your goodness has been instrumental in getting for me, and the money you may succeed in obtaining on my behalf, must soon be spent if I do not apply it to some practical purpose, and then I shall be reduced to my former position. I shall have to teach to eke out an income that does not support me, and I hate teaching." "You don't mean to leave Ramsgate yet?" "I don't see why I should. What can I do elsewhere?" "I intend to remain here for some time. The place pleases and agrees with me. Between us we may yet devise some scheme that shall result in your establishment." The wistful expression vanished from her eyes. Her look indicated a faint inward recoil, an appearance of surprise which needed but a touch or two with the pencil of the emotions to deepen into dismay. He gazed at her calmly. His heart was well pleased. Certainly he was not very eager that Goodhart, on the merits of her needs, should lightly win the woman out of the little horizon of whose life Reynolds had been spurned. But she was bound to be grateful, so, inclining her head, she said, "Your honourable conduct, Mr. Goodhart, and your kindness and sympathy assure me that I could not do wrong by accepting your advice." He smiled at her, and in a breath her face changed. "It is very curious," she said, viewing him intently, "but there are moments when you strikingly recall my husband to me. It is not the voice, nor the appearance in the least." She paused, and again searched him with her gaze. "Resemblances are often startling, though there may be no affinity between the people," said Reynolds. "Have you a portrait of your husband?" "Yes." "I should like to see it. His story and yours make him an interesting character." She pulled a locket out of her breast, and he recognized one of his gifts, a locket containing a portrait of him cut from a photograph. It was suspended round the neck by a thin gold chain. She unclasped the chain and gave him the locket open. He inspected it with a tranquil face. He was indeed acting his part phenomenally well, but then he was acting that he might conquer, and he flung his whole genius into the effort as one who must either win a life or break a heart. "This is a fine face," said he, dwelling with affected attention upon the photograph. "I like it. It is honest, open, handsome, I think. You flatter me by finding a resemblance. Take it, Mrs. Reynolds, and compare it. Why, this is a fine young man of 30. She took the locket, glanced at it, and then looked at Reynolds. Their eyes met. "It is not the face," she said. "The likeness is in the characteristics of speech and manner, and sometimes you wear an expression which might certainly easily make you pass as my husband's brother. It is a family resemblance." He asked for the locket, and again fastened his eyes upon it. "There is thought in his face. There is much character in the mouth, and the eyes are those of a thinker. I should say this man was of a poetical cast of mind." "Distinctly." "A bit of a dreamer. Some sailors are. I incline that way a little. The middle watch makes one so. I mean if you are gifted with the poetic impulse. To most, the middle watch is a prolonged yawn and a dreary stump of a dreary deck. I cannot believe that the owner of this face deserted you." "I never said he did," she cried with some vehemence. "If you have not heard from him, it is because he is dead. So, this is that shipwrecked mariner whose legacy to his wife I was instrumental in discovering. Poor fellow! There is honor, there is loyalty in this man's face. I am certain that the character this face proclaims was too good, too honest, too faithful to desert such a bride as you made him." "Oh, Mr. Goodhart, do not persist in telling me what I have never believed and never wished to believe. Could he have written, he would," she said, with her eyes womanly with that softness of shadow which betokens the possession of the mood of tears. "His thinking of you and leaving you what he had is a proof of loyalty to the last," said Reynolds gently, returning the locket to Lucretia. "And surely it must make you happier to know that, though dead, he was yours to the end, than to suppose that he lives and has abandoned you, at a time, too, of your life when you need the support, counsel, and home which only a husband can give you." She was looking away from him across the harbor, crying silently. An expression of deep love, the light of a heart glowing with the purest and most exalted emotion, was upon his face as he watched her. He rose, walked away a few paces, and seemed to be interested in the manoeuvring of a boat that was making for the harbor, steered by a cockney in a cricket suit, apparently drunk. A short way down the pier, standing against the side that fronts the sea, was a young woman who held her little boy of some 2 or 3 years on top of the coping. This was one of those persons who should not visit the seaside unless attended by a sentry. It is this sort of person who, with a baby in her arms, enters a boat loaded down to her gunwales by tipsy excursionists, and screams with laughter when a young red-faced man with a hard round hat at the back of his head gets upon a thwart or seat on straddled legs, and dangerously sways the boat from side to side to some roaring vulgar song of "Send me a letter from 'ome." This is the sort of person who, with a child, a spade, and a bucket, is always caught by the tide, and stands in a swiftly diminishing island of sand. This is the person who sits perched on a rock, reading a cheap magazine whilst the flood is making, and who must be washed off and drowned if a coastguardsman is not lowered and hauled up again with the "party" in his arms. This is the party who, always with the baby, is pulled out to sea by her husband or a friend without regard to the aspect of the weather or the set of the tide, and who is as charmed as the man is who rows her by the velocity of the boat through the water, overlooking the trifling circumstance that 2/3 of the speed must be attributed to the tide, which is dispatching the boat into dangerous distance and ugly waters, from which her inmates must be rescued by 3 or 4 longshoremen who put off, and who, when they have towed the boat into harbor in safety, are rewarded by the man with an offer, after much heated talk about payment, to fight them all, one after another. Suddenly Reynolds, but not only Reynolds, everybody within the area of the vibration, was startled by a fearful scream. What had happened? The young woman, holding the boy on top of the coping, had relaxed her grasp whilst turning her head to critically inspect the costumes of a couple of young ladies who were passing. The straining child broke from the weakened grip and fell like a stone into the troubled waters beneath. This end of the pier was well covered by people moving in procession, or lounging, or sitting. The shriek of the mother appeared to paralyze every limb. The walking figures stopped dead. Next followed a rush of men and women, and the coping was clothed with a mass of variegated projected shapes, in the midst of which stood the mother, yelling as the vulgar exactly know how to yell in affliction, tossing her hands and crying, "Oh, somebody save him! He is my only child! Oh, somebody save him!" Reynolds ran and looked over, and saw in the trouble of water below a little mound of foam, due to the windmill pantomime of the drowning child. Shouting to a man next him, "Heave me that rope there, and send a boat," he pulled off his coat and cap, flung them down, sprang with a sailor's grace onto the coping, and with the swimmer's art, with outstretched hands meeting cutwater fashion, went a header. He rose buoyant. He swam well. No man ever carried a cooler heart or swifter prompting brain in moments of extremity. He caught a glimpse of the vanishing child, and in a few powerful strokes of arm was beside him, had gripped him, had hoisted him breast high out of the snappish wobble, and was making for the line which had been flung, and which he speedily got a clutch of. And there he hung, holding the child on his shoulder, lifting and falling with the tumble of sea, a white-haired man, a most noble and heroic figure truly, and amongst those who looked down was Lucretia. The harbour boat lay at the foot of a fall of pier steps, almost abreast of the watch-house. Men are always on the lookout on Ramsgate Pier. The moment those on watch, these watchmen are gallant fellows, their ranks have supplied the lifeboat with magnificent examples of British pluck and endurance in coxswains and men, knew what had happened, 3 of them sank down the pier ladder into the boat, and pulled round the pier head with the steady controlled rage of seamen who perfectly understood the significance of time, yea, of 1 moment too late, in all sea peril. "The boat's coming!" they roared from the coping to Reynolds, who smiled and spoke to the child on his shoulder, who answered him. The boat came hopping over the foam she made. "Catch hold of the child!" cried Reynolds, and the baby was seized and lifted in, and Reynolds, putting his hands upon the gunwale, hoisted himself in his sailor's way and with his sailor's knack to the height of his waist, and then flung a leg over and rolled in boards. "Thanks, my lads," said he. "Now bear a hand. This youngster wants his mother. Hand him to me, and then give way with a will." No need for the piermen to ask this white-haired, grey-bearded old gentleman, "Was you ever at sea, sir?" There is what scientific men call a natural affinity among sailors. They mutually attract one another, and are drawn together by a law which is as much ocean's secret as that of gravitation is the earth's. The men pulled the boat round to the harbour landing steps. A great crowd was there to witness what was to happen. Lucretia made one of that crowd, and stood very near to the mother of the child, who was crying and trembling at the head of the flight of stone stairs. When Reynolds stepped out of the boat, sopping, a soaked parcel of manhood, clasping another but a smaller parcel equally soaked, up went a cheer that was louder than the roar of the surf upon the sands. "Oh, my ducky! Oh, my darling!" sobbed the young mother, taking the streaming child from Reynolds. "How did I come to do it? Oh, I have nearly drowned you! Oh, my sweet pet lamb!" And she kissed the child and mouthed, and then burst out weeping hysterically. "Oh, sir, how am I to thank you? How noble you are! How good you are! I shall always, always ask God to bless you." "Now, my dear lady," said Reynolds, "your child needs attention. Walk away home with him as fast as you can. You'll know what to do. If not, send for a doctor." He offered to make his way through the crowd, who formed a lane for him, and groaned at him in exclamations of respect and admiration. But Lucretia, who stood near, advanced with outstretched hand. "Mr. Goodhart," she said, speaking with a vibratory note, so impassioned was the emotion that possessed her, "I cannot express how much I honor and respect you for this act. It is beautiful." She wished to say more, but she had been crying just a little time before he jumped into the sea. The weakness of tears was still hers, and she turned away her head. "We shall be meeting soon," said he, and walked down the pier as fast as he could, leaving a wake of wet behind him, for his pockets and boots were full, and he was buttoned up in a waistcoat that held water. A watchman ran after him with his cap and coat. He overtook the mother hurrying home with her damp but apparently cheerful burden, and begged her to be quick and dry the child and get it into blankets. He then walked to a cab stand, jumped into a cab, and was driven to the hotel. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 15. Mr. Goodhart Offers Marriage. On the morning following the life-saving incident, Reynolds awoke and found himself heavy, depressed, low with malaise. He felt his pulse, 70. He got out of bed, opened the dressing-case and took out a clinical thermometer. His temperature was 103.5 degrees. He quite understood that this signified a return of Malta fever, whether due to his plunge last evening, or to the perception of certain secreted microscopic bacilli that a time had come when they should make their presence felt, was not of the smallest consequence. The remedy was bed, patience, and abstinence. He kept his room all day, but his yearning after Lucretia was so great that he must needs write this note to her. Dear Mrs. Reynolds, I am confined to my room by a slight attack of Mediterranean fever, but hope to be well to-morrow, and in any case to be able to meet you on the day following. Possibly I shall find you on the Eastcliff Esplanade at 5 o'clock. Let me definitely name the day after to-morrow, when I hope you will return with me to drink tea. I am afraid I shall not be able to tell you anything about Captain Reynolds' money by then, because before the bank remits they will require proof of Captain Reynolds' death. But I have referred them to Lloyd's and to other authorities, and have little doubt that before a week has passed I shall have the pleasure to hand you a cheque. With kind regards, yours very truly, John Goodhart. He used pencil and took great care to disguise his hand, which he readily contrived as he wrote in bed, and his writing was a ragged scrawl. He sent this note to be delivered by hand. Next to talking to her, it pleased him to write to her. Goodhart's prophecy had come to pass. The old magic had done its work. The spell was on him. How passionately was he loving her! Never more so than now, never even in days when his heart was younger by 8 years, when it had not been chilled and sickened by unnatural and unwomanly revolt, when love was sweet and fresh with the glory of the rose on the bush, not the rose in the hand, nor the petal of memory betwixt the leaves in the shut volume of years. And it was his passion to possess her that determined him to go on wooing her as he now was, as Goodhart, a stranger, an acquaintance, a fast ripening friend of deep sympathy, a man to be trusted and honoured, to whose custody, absolutely convinced that her husband Frank was dead, she might in time be coaxed and courted into committing the delicate precious charge of her virginal being. And you will suppose that to the degree of his desire for her was his fear of detection, lest the old loathing should return like the entry of a hideous fiend, to tear and rend to pieces the machinery of a mind that was to be likened to some hall of ice far north, a moonlit vision of white pillars and roof gleaming with cold stars, and a floor upon which no fairy that ever sang with the grasshoppers in the land of romance would choose to dance. He lay in a bedroom from which he could view the sea shining in a blue lake-like surface, and, lying alone, he thought much of his term of solitude on the island. How different his condition when he had the fever there from what it was now! How he had dragged his legs of lead, and poised his head like a hot cannon-ball between his shoulders to the foam of the cataract's stroke! How he had lain in his cheerless crack of earth, gazing with fevered eyes at the stars, and wondering how long he should live, and thinking of Lucretia as he now thought of her. His mind rambled to the old sea-chest, and to the letter he had nailed to the lid, and this memory caused him to consider that he had not made a will, and if he died, and nobody could prove his identity, his money would be lost to Lucretia. He deliberated how he should go to work. He would not trust a local lawyer with the secret. The gentleman might be a member of the club at Ramsgate, and some provincial lawyers talk about their clients as some provincial doctors talk about their patients, so that if he went to a lawyer in Ramsgate to make his will, his secret business might, God knows how, leak out and trickle to that one ear in the world, whose reception of it might desolate his heart, and bring his fabric of self-respect down upon his head in dusty ruin. He rose early next day, being perfectly recovered from his attack, and took the train to Deal. This little town is seated opposite the Downs. It is remarkable for the number of its public houses. Its beach is a shelving shore of shingle, up which the surf rushes with a noise like the escape of steam, and down which it shales in a conflict of foaming water and dark gleaming pebbles, which rattle as they are torn along. Boats called galley punts repose on this shingle, with their noses pointed at the sea, and their sterns at tall skeleton capstans to which they are connected by ropes. And when one of these boats comes ashore from a cruise, a number of aged men, who shape themselves out of you don't know what or where, gather about the capstan the boat belongs to, ship bars, and begin to wind round and round, a slow, tuneless and melancholy circus of very old men in broken boots, patched breeches, tall hats discoloured by age and weather into the aspect of bronze, and faces often so ancient that to explore them is like opening old coffins, or like watching a mask of almost eyeless wrinkles, vital in nothing save a movement of jaw which betokens that the withered curve of gum, with its one stump of 93 years, is still busy with the little cube of tobacco. The beach and esplanade are noticeable for a class of persons called boatmen, who wear yellow trousers and blue jerseys, from the breasts of which they will pull down a newspaper or a parcel of letters sent ashore by a skipper for the post, and these men, who are nearly always starving, and therefore ask most fraudulent and monstrous sums of money to take you off or put you ashore, devote the greater part of their lives to the study of that fine art of the British longshore, the art of lounging. No boatman in Great Britain can loaf, lounge, and lean with such superiority of lazy, drunken, idle, sulking, dumbly cursing postures as the Deal man. He is born for something to lean against, to lean upon with folded arms, to lean over, to loll at. The whole indolence of the man blends with the object he polishes with breech, elbow, or hip, and he and the capstan he sprawls upon, or he and the pillar or post he leans against, are so much one that a dog and his tail are not more united. Reynolds walked from the station to the esplanade. The hour was a little after 10, early, but Reynolds desired to do his business and return to entertain Lucretia at his hotel. Ramsgate was lost to sight in the milky softness of cliff that contained it, and that faded in a glimmering white film in the blue air. The sea was brushed by a soft south-west wind, and glanced and danced in little frolicking curls, every one of which ran with a white feather in its head, and the broad liquid table, upbearing its burden of curtsying ships in the Downs, was a wide and lovely tremble of sparkles, like the shivering of the tiny suns in summer trees when the green leaves are fretted by the kisses of the breeze. Just there, where that brig with grey hull, raking masts, the flag of Brazil at her trysail gaff, her chocolate-coloured girl of figurehead sinking in endless bows to the gaunt steamer ahead, sitting hollow upon the water, with the bewildered look of a balloon that comes down from the clouds suddenly to sea, and strains and floats for a little while, aimless and imbecile. Just there lay the Flying Spur in October 1890, and this was June 1898. Lucretia was on board, loathing him. Lucretia was now yonder, where the low land lifted into a rampart of chalk. He was Goodhart, and she did not loathe him. What would be the mood that fired her, that should sweep her into his arms, or drag her back in renewed access of the passion of chastity when she discovered that he was her husband, which must certainly happen before they came together, and therefore would happen, for he meant to possess her. A boatman who was leaning over the back of a seat called out, "Put you aboard any ship out there, sir?" "No. Do you belong to Deal?" "Why, I should rather think I do," answered the man, grinning over the folded arms he leaned upon. "Who's a good lawyer in this town?" "A good lawyer?" echoed the fellow, with a large and silly stare at another man who had indolently strolled up, scenting half a pint. "If you want a good lawyer, you'll find him in one of them ship's forecastles," with a nod at the ships in the Downs. "They knows what's what and mourns what's what if they're furriners. You'll get no advice worth listening to at Deal unless it's a magistrate's, who'll lock yer up for a month if it's the bobby's wish, and him in with your wife, and both wanting yer out of it." He scowled at his mate. The question appeared to have touched a sore in the man's mind. Indeed, his feelings were so strong that he even stood upright to deliver his views. Reynolds walked into the High Street, obtained the address of a solicitor from a stationer who produced a directory, and called at once at the office. He was kept waiting, and sat listening to a bald-headed clerk on a three-legged stool, scratching time with his pen to the ticking of a large leering clock over his head. A man entered. He was dressed in blue cloth and kept his cap on. His face was like a piece of underdone beef, blue and red, cobwebbed with scarlet filaments, and his eyes glowed damply, like the reflection of the sun in the Thames on a foggy day. "Mr. Grundy in?" he asked. "Engaged, sir," answered the clerk. "How long'll he be?" "A few minutes. This gentleman's waiting." "Good morning," said the man, bestowing a purple nod on Reynolds and sitting down. Reynolds slightly started. He knew the man as one Captain Carson, had met him at several ports, and had dined with him at Singapore. His nod alarmed him. Was he recognized? His mind speedily cleared. Captain Carson did not know him. "Sure on business, sir?" said Captain Carson, pulling out a case of cigarettes and extending it to Reynolds, who declined, then to the clerk, who with obvious regret also declined. "All my business is done ashore," answered Reynolds. "Oh, I thought you belonged to my cloth. You're lucky not to be master of a ship." And he began a story about his crew, how they all came aboard drunk, how the ship was brought to Gravesend by lumpers and runners, where she was left to swing till her men were sober enough to stand upright, how, after letting go the anchor in the Downs, they all lay aft, and said they didn't mean to proceed in the ship, as she leaked, which was a lie, as most of her principal masts were sprung, which was another lie, as she was down by the head and all her running gear rotten, and not a ratlin strong enough for a rat to sling by. All lies. They were ashore, and so was he. All the time this captain talked, Reynolds marvelled at the change that had been wrought in his own personal appearance, so that this man should not have the least idea who he was, which somehow impressed him even more than his wife's failure to detect him. He was liberated from the obligation of following a violent attack on the character of the merchant sailor by somebody stepping out of the inner office, and the solicitor in the doorway asking him to walk in. His business was simple and was to be easily disposed of. He wished to leave all that he owned to his wife, in language unclouded by legal verbiage, so that his intention could not be misunderstood. He named the manager of the bank he did business with in London, and a gentleman who resided in Sydney, New South Wales, as executors. "When can you let me have this will?" "The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is county court, and I have a number of cases to attend to." "A good deal of quarrelling goes on here, I believe." "The boatmen love the law, and numbers of petty tradesmen in the district, village grocers and the like, who sell everything from a joint of beef to a bird cage, are constantly failing or suing or being sued." "Kindly address the document to Mr. John Goodhart," said Reynolds, naming the hotel and town, and paying the fee he walked out, exchanging a nod with Carson as he passed. He returned to Ramsgate with a heart as light as the June day about him, that rejoiced in the blue sky, in the song of the lark. He was acting his part well, and who or what sings more sweetly and gratefully to a man than his own conscience when it is happy and at rest? His heart was putting in some special pleading for Lucretia. His concessions were liberal. If her faith had been unfaithful, she had not been falsely true. She wore his ring, and his likeness rose and fell with the breathing of her breast and the beating of her heart. She had remained his wife, though she believed herself a widow. In this was she true to herself or to him? The solution of such a problem could signify nothing. Few know themselves. Perhaps no man, however searching in lifelong introspection, knows himself. The mood of the hour before dinner is not the mood of the hour after dinner. Lucretia before her marriage was surely not the Lucretia she was changed into by her marriage, or would she have married? At 5:30 he was on the esplanade waiting. A pale young woman of London, holding a small boy by the hand, came along. When she saw Reynolds, she cried out, "Oh, Georgie, there's the gentleman that saved your life!" And with an emotion of gratitude that gave a moment's refinement of beauty to the coarseness of her prettiness, she added, "I do thank you so much, sir. I couldn't have borne to lose him. What would my husband have thought? He'd write and gladly to thank you, if not too great a liberty, but your name and address are unknown." Reynolds smiled, and called the little boy to him, and taking a crown piece from his pocket, said, "Georgie, you can be a sailor and feel easy. You are not born to be drowned. Which would you like best, a horse and cart, or a ship to swim in a pool in the sands?" "A ship to swim in a pool in the sands," echoed the boy in a level voice. "Then go and buy her," said Reynolds. The boy's small fingers hooked themselves upon the big coin with the avariciousness of tender youth. "I thank you kindly, sir," said the London mother. "Thank the gentleman, Georgie. Every night you kneel down you will ask God to bless him, won't you?" I'd like him to thank you, sir, by singing a little song his father learned him." But just then Lucretia turned the corner. The London mother's eyes followed Reynolds' gaze, and she saw it was time to go. "I hope you are very much better, Mr. Goodhart," said Lucretia. "Malta fever is like a brother who has gone wrong. He makes you hear of him from time to time," answered Reynolds. She was dressed in white, and was in truth a very handsome, indeed beautiful presence, princess-like, if by that term dignity, stature, carriage, and command of person be meant. Never a man passed by who did not favour her with a glance or stare, nor were her own sex unobservant of her. "I hope I made my meaning clear in the scrawl I sent from my bed," he said. "Perfectly. I thought it so very kind of you to think of me when you were ill." "It gives me pleasure to serve you," he exclaimed with cautious warmth, feeling his way. "It seems strange," said she, "that one who reminds me indefinitely of my husband should have found his letter, brought his gift, and continue to act towards me as though you had been friends. I showed you his likeness. I suppose you never met him?" "What commands did he hold?" "Oh, he went as captain of 2 or 3 mail steamers. I think the line was the Elder Dempster. There is such a firm?" "Certainly." "And he also commanded several sailing ships. One was a celebrated clipper, and he would speak with enthusiasm of her beauty under sail or lying at anchor. She was called the Lancashire Lass." "I know the ship," said Reynolds gravely. "My husband, when he sailed on his last voyage in 1890, had been about 18 years at sea." "He must have been young when he held command." "He was. But in these days of steam, voyages are so rapid that, as Captain Reynolds used to say, you can pack 3 or 4 voyages into a year, and if you obtain fresh appointments, whether in the same company or others, a comparatively young sailor may claim to have seen a great deal in a short time." "True." "It would be strange," she exclaimed, looking thoughtfully upon the ground as they walked, "if you had met him unconsciously, I mean, on a pier or in a street in a foreign port, and in ignorance that you had once looked at him or he at you, you had brought home his letter." "It may be that Reynolds and I have met in the way you suggest. Englishmen are plentiful. They are repeatedly coming across one another," said he, speaking behind his beard, moustache, and pince nez, with a face that was purely Goodhart to her. They entered the hotel, and were presently seated at a tea-table at an open window. He told her that he had run across to Deal in the morning, and they chatted on several no matters till Reynolds brought the conversation back again to them both. "I think you told me that Captain Reynolds meant to take you to sea with him when he went on his last voyage." She raised her eyebrows and exclaimed, "Did I? I don't remember." "Had you gone," he continued, "you would have been shipwrecked. It's true your life might have been preserved as his was, but if he was the only survivor, no sailor would give the value of that strawberry in your hand for your chances, for your husband's first care would be for you. It must have been the lowered boat, and since none lived but he, you would have gone with the rest." "Yet my place as his wife was with him," she said, looking through the window at the sea. It was fortunate for the concealment he sought that their eyes did not meet, whilst a sudden look that almost transformed his face stayed for a few breaths only. He took up a prawn and seemed lost in contemplation of its workmanship, but after no very long pause said, "No doubt a wife's right and only place is at her husband's side." "I have felt the truth of this since you brought me Captain Reynolds' letter," she said quietly. "I understand. You feel, as all must see, that your husband's last thoughts were with you." "The subject is a sad one, Mr. Goodhart." He was very willing indeed to change the conversation, but though his heart was on fire with her words, he perfectly understood that if ever a moment for the revelation of his identity was to come, it had not come yet. Memory rising between them shaped herself spirit-wise, forefinger on lip, hand lifted in command of silence. She spoke in intuition, exhorting him not to hasten, but to consider that his avowal of imposition as Goodhart might flood his wife with the disgust that had been excited by the Gravesend stratagem which had kidnapped her to no purpose. "I find this hotel expensive, at least for my purse," said he, "but I am so well pleased with Ramsgate that I mean to stay on." He looked at her significantly. She did not seem to heed him, but if any thought present in him was interpreted by her, its construction produced not the slightest change in her face. "I shall go into lodgings. I have no home. Indeed, I have had no home since my wife left me. The colonial is more cosmopolitan than other peoples who have countries. He loves the land of his birth, and would die for her with as much enthusiasm and loyalty as any Briton for the old home. But he does not suffer as others do from contraction of mind in respect of his thoughts of his country. The roving spirit that made his sires colonists is still unquenched, though in a few generations it will be extinct. The Australian can make himself a home anywhere and be happy in it. The Briton is always yearning to return. I could make myself very happy in Ramsgate." He was again addressing her with significance of look and tone. "Where shall I find a comfortable lodging?" "I doubt if I know as much of the place as you do." "Shall you seek another afternoon engagement?" he asked, smiling at her. "Yes, and I shall be thankful to find one." "Meanwhile, as you are at liberty, it would be delightful to me to enjoy a larger share of your company than your time has permitted." If, instead of being Reynolds, he had in good sooth been Goodhart, it might be held that he was pressing her a little unhandsomely, for she was under a great obligation to him, and he was still in course of obliging her, and his advance would appear as though he was taking advantage of his singular relations with her. Her colourless cheeks slightly flushed, but she smiled whilst she said, "I must hope not to have too much time on my hands." "Are you disengaged to-morrow afternoon?" "Yes." "Will you come for a drive and dine with me here?" "I will go for a drive with pleasure, but you must excuse me for declining your kind invitation to dine." "Now, why?" he asked, with a broad, blunt candour that caused her to bring her brows a little together in the seeking, the penetrating look she fastened upon him. "What time shall I be here, Mr. Goodhart?" she inquired, with a release of gaze that left her face charged and troubled with thought. He named 3 o'clock, perceiving it was not her wish he should call for her. They lingered a while in odds and ends of talk. She then put on her gloves, and he conducted her to the entrance of the hotel, where they parted. At 3 next afternoon a carriage stood at the door of the hotel. Lucretia arrived with the punctuality of royalty. She got into the carriage, Reynolds followed, and they were driven away for a summer jaunt through Broadstairs to the North Foreland. There is no pleasanter drive in this smiling country of green lanes and spreading orchards and gleaming coil of river, and green slope of down, and large moist eye of violet sea betwixt the breaks of coast, than this that Reynolds and Lucretia were taking. She was dressed as on the previous day, and her enjoyment of the drive was soon expressed in a clearer brilliance of eye, and in that illumination of face which is not a smile, though it produces the effect of one. Their talk was for a while on very little matters. She was particular in her inquiries about Sydney. She avowed a very strong leaning towards making use of the money Mr. Goodhart had kindly sent her through Mr. Wembley Jones, by trying her fortune in Australia. If more was to come, then, if the sum amounted to even £100, she believed she would make up her mind to go out and start a school. Reynolds smiled, but offered no further opinion. "Here," said he, as they drove through Broadstairs, "lived a man who knew human nature as well as Shakespeare. You might give offence if you said that he knew human nature better. But if you find no Lear nor Hamlet nor Macbeth in the works of Dickens, neither in the works of Shakespeare do you find Mrs. Gamp, nor Mr. Bumble and Mr. Squeers and Mantalini, and how many more immortals? They say he wrote Bleak House in that building perched up yonder. Of course you love Dickens?" "I remember that my husband was always quoting from him." "The more you tell me about Captain Reynolds, the higher you raise him in my esteem. I wish it had been my good fortune to have found him on the island and brought him back to you. Coachman!" "Sir?" "You can stop at the lighthouse. We'll get out and take a turn." This Foreland cliff is not tall, but it is bold, and its face of rugged chalk stares upon the most wonderful maritime highway in the world. Ships pass comparatively close in, and the picture is vivid with dimension, grand and romantic in colour and shape, and profoundly interesting, one should imagine, to even a thin thinker, by virtue of its infinite variety, and the ideas with which contemplation of it swells and elevates the mind. As they alighted from the carriage, a bright sketch was in full view large upon the water. It was a steel sailing ship, close hauled, luffing up for the Downs under all plain sail, 3 pyramids of ascending clouds of snowy whiteness, with many silent, delicately shadowed wings between. The foam was rolling forwards from her sharp metal forefoot, but a steady stream of it ran along her sides to unite at her rudder in a wake of prisms and bells of froth, and leapings and lights, which struck into the blue air, closing down with the sudden transcendent splendour of the diamond. She was not so far off but that you saw a figure or two moving upon her quarter-deck. Reynolds stood still and looked at her. Lucretia was by his side. Within a short distance rose the sturdy, storm-defiant figure of the lighthouse, with its building and its lantern, that at nightfall should change into a roaring star, reverberating in flashes the light of a sun. "What a very pretty sight!" exclaimed Lucretia. "I always think a sailing ship makes a daintier picture than a steamer. It may be because sails give a blandness and fullness and dignity which a chimney-stack can never supply." "She should remind you of a ship your husband commanded," said Reynolds, bringing his thoughts away from a sudden vision of a ship on fire in the thick of a living gale, and a little island close aboard. "The Flying Spur?" "No, that clipper you spoke of. The Lancashire Lass. I wonder what will be the fate of yonder craft. Every ship has her destiny, as man has. If I were a ship, I should say, let me perish by fire or foundering, or in any fashion that touches not the honour of the ship, but do not make me a coal hulk. Were you ever at sea in a sailing ship?" "I accompanied Captain Reynolds to Falmouth in the Flying Spur." "How did you enjoy the trip?" "I was very sick, and—" She turned her eyes a little round about her, and added, "I could not enjoy myself, for I was angry at being taken, and you cannot enjoy yourself when you are in a bad temper." "Why should you have gone if you didn't like the idea of the trip? But, of course, Mrs. Reynolds, you went to gratify your husband. Had you persevered, your sickness would have passed, and with it, naturally, your bad humour." It would tease the reader to be informed of every turn of eye, every tone of speech, every shade of gravity, which was indeed in his case irony and satire, the several manners he put on when he conversed with her. Sometimes he would observe her silently and intently regarding him, but his performance was so adroit, he was so deceptive in his language about his wife having left him, by which he understood him to mean Mrs. Goodhart's death, to his references to himself as if he were an Australian, and the like, that, believing her husband dead in his island, and perceiving nothing but certain traits or opinions in this Mr. Goodhart that in any way brought up her Frank Reynolds of St. Stephen's Church before her, she lay under as complete a deception during this drive as she had in all their previous meetings and conversations. They were now addressing each other with that easiness, it need not be called familiarity or freedom, which results from association. They roamed about for a short while, inspecting the interior of the lighthouse, chatting with the keeper, who told them of beautiful and strange birds swept by the storm of the night against the radiant glass and found dead, and of the dullness of his life when he was lightsman aboard the Gull, and afterwards the East Goodwin, and then the South Sandhead lightships. How in his day the old Triton did the relieving work, a vessel that rolled heavily in still waters at her berth at the West Pier, that could not steam above 4½ knots, that could not do 6 with a gale of wind astern of her, so that in heavy weather the lightsmen who kept watch in the lonely hulks round about the sands, and from the North Foreland to Dungeness, were sometimes obliged to wait a fortnight and 3 weeks for the relief. "Hard upon men, sir, who in winter consider a month's old newspaper fresh, and have nothing to do but tend the lights and watch for ship's flares to send up rockets for the lifeboat." Lucretia declined to ascend to the summit of the lighthouse. She said she was afraid. So they returned to the carriage and drove away towards Ramsgate. "Won't you reconsider your decision as to dining with me, Mrs. Reynolds?" said he. "I am sure you will excuse me." "Will you drink tea at Broadstairs? It is disagreeable to me to think that you should bear the fatigue of this long drive and the heat without refreshment." "I shall enjoy a cup of tea very much indeed. But there is no fatigue. The drive is charming, and the heat with this breeze is delightful." Reynolds told the coachman to stop at the best hotel in Broadstairs. There they stayed for half an hour, drinking tea and eating brown bread and shrimps. Though their talk was of anything, she could not fail to notice that Mr. Goodhart's eyes were very constant in their observation of her. She was perfectly sensible that she was in the presence of a man who admired her, and was even in love with her, and her manner grew very thinly glazed as they sat at the tea-table in the bay window. This cold surface, though transparent enough to suffer the visual expression of any play of feeling, tranquillized her exterior to a calmness that was not remote from austerity. He recollected that much such an expression of face was hers when they had stood side by side at the altar, and walked side by side back to Mrs. Lane's modest little house. There was a tone of constraint in her voice. If she attended to his speech with a look, it was soon averted. Indeed, in her eyes he saw that her spirit had hoisted its glittering storm signals, and it was with the transport of a husband about to attempt an experiment whose success would be a death-blow to his vanity and his love, that he saw that any claims which Mr. Goodhart might have upon her gratitude would not entitle him even to a peep into that sanctuary of her heart in which the flame of the one love of her life, though burning dimly, was to be found, and perhaps, he could but hope it, to be fanned and fed into the sweet, clear light it was when she consented to be his wife. They left the hotel and again entered the carriage. The way before them was a short drive. Scarcely were they in the carriage and in motion than, planting his eyes upon her through his pince-nez, he exclaimed, "It has given me a singular pleasure to make your acquaintance." She bowed and smiled, but her smile was no encouragement to him to proceed. "I am alone in the world," he continued. "I have often regretted that since it was the will of God Mrs. Goodhart should die, her little one had not been preserved to yield the sunshine and warmth of a child's love to its parent. You, too, are alone, Mrs. Reynolds." "I do not know what you would wish to say to me, Mr. Goodhart," she answered, with a visible hardening of her whole demeanour, and an undissembled shrinking of her fine figure into the corner of the seat she occupied. "I have never felt less lonely since the term of my loneliness began," said Reynolds, with a melancholy and solemnity of tone and look that was markedly effective in its impression on her, as he easily saw in the shining inquisitorial stare of her enlarged eyes, "than during the time I have spent in Ramsgate and in your society. I am a man of independent means. Nothing could render me so happy as to feel that I was the instrument of providing you with a settlement that should make you independent of a vocation you abhor, that should indeed keep you easy and comfortable in your circumstances for the rest of your life. It is true I am not a young man. I have no special favours of face or person to grace my suit, or enrich it by that silent eloquence which women much, indeed chiefly, admire in men. I have led a hard life. The sea is an exacting calling. It has left me rugged, but it has left me an honourable man, with a heart capable of dedicating itself in lifelong affection to such a woman as you, Mrs. Reynolds. Will you be my wife?" She looked steadily away from him for some moments. Her face was as rigid and in truth as colourless as marble. "I am sorry, Mr. Goodhart," she said, turning slowly in her stately way upon him, "that you should have asked me that question. You have been so kind to me that the pain you cause me by obliging me to absolutely refuse you must be keener than any I can inflict. No, no. I should be grieved indeed to lose your friendship, but our relations could never go beyond that. Am I to think that you still believe your husband to be alive? He asked, always preserving his gravity and his melancholy. I was not the wife I should have been to my husband. I remember all, and before God I vow that whilst life remains I shall be his wife and true to him. She spoke with a vehemence that was dangerous in one so passionless, so collected, so resolved, of a deportment and exterior so admirably under control. Why did he not then and there confess himself? His making love to her as Goodhart had touched the mute chords of her memory of Reynolds and woke them into music and feeling. The hand seemed upon the second, the mood seemed to exactly fit the wish. The ripened fruit to fall seemed to need no more than the breath that is between lips meeting in a kiss. Thoughts flew through his brains with the velocity of the clouds, of the mind driven by the gales of the passions. He reasoned, if I say I am Frank Reynolds, she, after the first convulsion and riot of feeling, might find herself possessed again by the spirit that banished me and widowed her, and chagrin and mortification might accompany the discovery that for the second time I had duped her. Memory exhorted him to hold his peace in the name of his love, his honour, and his dignity. After a silence that ran into many moments, he said, without looking at her, "You are infinitely raised in my admiration. You do well to be loyal to a man who was manifestly loyal to you, even in his lonely dying hours. You make me feel ignoble as an intruder." "No, no, Mr. Goodhart," she cried in a sobbing voice. "I thank you for the gracious way in which you have taken me." "We shall remain friends?" "Oh, I hope so!" she exclaimed cordially, with emotion colouring her smile with a tender sweetness her lips did not always wear in approval or mirth. The hotel was in sight. She asked that the carriage might be stopped. "I have thoroughly enjoyed the afternoon," she said, as they stood together at the side of the carriage. "But the pleasantest part has been the last part, because now you allow me to think of you as a friend, and, above all, we understand each other." They shook hands, and she walked towards her lodging, whilst Reynolds re-entered the carriage to be driven to the hotel. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Abandoned by William Clark Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. Abandoned by William Clark Russell. Chapter 16. Husband and wife. The Deal solicitor was punctual in sending Captain Reynolds his will. It was witnessed by the manager of the hotel and the bookkeeper, to both of whom, of course, Reynolds remained John Goodhart, Esquire, because, as a rule, testators do not read aloud the contents of their wills to the people who attest them. The possession of this will made Reynolds very happy. Happen what might to him, Lucretia would be provided for, and though they should never come together as husband and wife, he was still, though masquerading as Mr. Goodhart, the Frank Reynolds of her choice and denial, who would watch over her and provide for her by such expedients as love, such honorable and such noble love as his, is very cunning. 2 days after he had taken the drive with Lucretia, he went to London and called at his bank, where he had a short interview with the manager, who wrote and signed a check upon the bank that was countersigned by the accountant. He returned from London by a late train, and next morning took lodgings in the Augusta Road, so that by looking out of the window he could see the house in which Lucretia lived. After lunch he strolled out with the hope of meeting her. He returned to his rooms and wrote this note: I was in London yesterday and had good news for you. As you seem to have an aversion to invitations to dinner, would you drink tea with me this evening at 5:30? Yours sincerely, John Goodhart. As before, when he scrawled a letter to her in his bed, he wrote with studious ambition of concealment in handwriting, and was as successful in this art as in nature. He was a triumph in his representation of Goodhart. Within half an hour a note was left at his lodgings. Mrs. Reynolds would do herself the pleasure to drink tea with Mr. Goodhart. She came with the punctuality that was one of the graces of her characteristics. Is it necessary to describe her dress? Close-fitting navy blue serge and a sailor hat. The weather was sultry, and she was pale and carried a fan. A lovely bouquet of flowers stood upon the table and refreshed the atmosphere with the incense of half a score of different growths of beauty. The window was still open, but the road was a quiet one, and the lace curtains effectually screened the occupants of the room from the inspection of the profane and vulgar passer-by, who, with a packet of shrimps in his pocket, which he picks at and eats as he rolls along, his hard hat on the back of his head, and his legs traveling somewhat tipsily in a pair of check trousers of a pattern so enormous that a giant of 15 feet high could not reduce the eyesore to the proportion, holds Ramgate to be after Margate the only place in all of England to do himself proud in, with what he calls a outing. They had not met since the day of the carriage drive, but neither exhibited embarrassment. She was too self-possessed to be disturbed by a feeling that, like naivety, may be defined in the Frenchman's expression as une nuance de base, presque de masse d'elevation, whilst he found all the fortitude he needed in the circumstance of his being her husband. You have not gone very far, said she, sitting and fanning herself and looking at the flowers on the table. No, I can easily see where you live. What glorious flowers! I was sure you would think them worth the trouble of carrying home. Thanks so much. They will grace my poor room. It needs it. No one will say that whilst you are its occupant. He rang the bell for tea. Have you found any afternoon pupils? Not yet. I have put an advertisement this week in a Ramsgate paper. I have some news for you, but I'll wait till the servant has come and gone. She looked about the room and said, Won't you find it very dull here after life in a hotel? I dislike life in a hotel, as Dickens the writer your husband admired so greatly. Truly says, in a hotel nobody is glad to see you, nor cares how long you stop or where you go. You become a number. You lose individuality and are changed into a particle in a stream of figures in a ledger. You can't enjoy seclusion unless you invoke the genius of insolvency and establish yourself in a set of private apartments from a price which yield a comfortable income apiece to 4 or 5 vicars, and beyond the most strenuously exerted earning power of even a popular country medical practitioner, to a price which, if an American girl had it in the shape of a weekly revenue, would buy her a British lord or an Italian prince. Now in lodgings you can dine off a chop, smoke a pipe, drink stout from the public house, humor the landlady's cat, and live through the life of the day without that critical inspection from which all human beings suffer in the public rooms of hotels and boarding houses. And then Mrs. Reynolds' lodgings may be cheap. It was manifest to him, even whilst he spoke, that the attention with which she accompanied the movements of his lips was due, not to the amenable desire to be amused, but to something lying very much deeper. When he ceased, she exclaimed, "If my husband had been pleading on behalf of lodgings against hotels, he would have put his views just as you have, in the same spirit. I might declare in the very same words." "Very likely," said Reynolds, quietly, looking at the tea-tray, which the servant was then placing on the table. But his answer would not do. She was troubled. She directed at him a scrutiny that made her frown. Her toe tapped the carpet, and she looked down. "Will you give me a cup of tea?" She drew to the table and filled 2 cups in silence. But 3 or 4 times whilst she did this, she darted her brilliant gaze at him. His breathing grew a trifle labored, the motions of his heart a little swifter. He believed that her mind was at the very touch-hole of detection, and he waited for the flash and what was to follow. The flash. But the suspicion that discolored and even in its way distorted her beauty soon dissolved. But the suspicion that discolored and even in its way distorted her beauty soon dissolved under the warm breath of conviction. Indeed, she never had supposed, she never could suppose, the man who confronted her to be her husband. He was an Australian. His wife lay buried in Sydney. He had come to hear of Captain Reynolds by one of the 100 accidents of the sea. He had not her husband's face, nor his voice, nor his enunciation. And if Frank had been alive, though 8 years, why did he return now? Why not earlier? She drew a breath that had the depth of a suspicion and said, "It is very strange." "Coincidences are strange," he answered, breathing easily again. "I never allow them to weigh. They resemble dreams. We remember the 2 or 3 that came to pass and forget the thousands that vanished unverified." She seems to acquiesce in this opinion by an inclination of her head. He looked at her and thought to himself, "It is wonderful that, loving her as I find I do, as deeply as I loved her when I married her, I should have waited 8 years to return and seek her. But Goodhart was right. I did not know myself." He pulled out a pocketbook. "I was in London yesterday," he said. "And what about your business? The bank is satisfied with my representations, and the information I obtained from Lloyd's and other sources as to Captain Reynolds, and I have much pleasure in handing to you this check, the balance of the money your husband left at the bank before he sailed." He extended an envelope with a large official red wax seal. It was addressed to Mrs. Reynolds, care of John Goodhart, Esquire. She broke open the envelope and withdrew the check that was folded in a sheet of paper, on which was lithographed with the manager's compliments. The check was for £218. She colored. Her eyes brightened. Gratitude sweetened her beauty with the tender, smiling light with which that gentle and lovely quality casts upon the face. "How am I to thank you, Mr. Goodhart? I should never have heard of this, or thought of it, but for you." He raised his hand in a cordial gesture of remonstrance. £218, she explained. "Why, this, and the money you brought to me from the islands, are a fortune. I feel rich. How good of you." She paused, and looking at the check said, with a sudden sorrow in her tone, a sudden sorrow in look, "Poor Frank." He fastened his gaze upon the ground, for he knew just then that there was a dangerous moisture in his eyes, and not for the life of him durst he have spoken. Her, poor Frank, had struck to his heart, and for a moment or two the man wept inwardly. "To whom shall I send a receipt for this check?" she inquired after a welcome interval of thought. "Acknowledge it to me, and I will forward your letter to the bank," he answered, managing his voice by speaking low. She asked no more questions. It did not occur to her to inquire how it happened that the bank should pay over her husband's money to a stranger without her authority. how Mr. Goodhart had succeeded in satisfying the law, and sequentially the bank, that Captain Francis Reynolds was dead. Mr. Goodhart had behaved most nobly and honorably, and the money was a godsend. "Will you give me another cup of tea, Mrs. Reynolds?" She put the check in her pocket. He took the cup from her. Her smile was gracious as she handed it to him. The distressed poet scratching verses under a map of the gold mines of El Dorado, done by his wife and the milkman, may, and as a matter of fact does, call money dross, filthy lucre, and the like. But there seems to exist in this dross an inherent property of such electrical vitality that, when applied, it will force laughter from anguish, illume the sickliest countenance, inform with a passion of dance the gout itself, and liberate the virtues from the webs into which the spider poverty coaxes them to roll them up. "By the way," said Reynolds, looking up from some notes he had made on a piece of paper, "did you ever meet a man named Featherbridge?" "The man, I mean," continued Reynolds, "sailed with your husband as chief mate of the Flying Spur." "Yes, I knew him. Indeed, he acted as my husband's best man at our marriage." She spoke in a wary way, as though she distrusted this subject. Suddenly her mood burst into impassioned life, and she cried, "Why do you ask if I know Mr. Featherbridge? Is he alive? Have you met him? Have you news of my husband?" He had by this time wholly mastered himself. "I was in the city yesterday," he said, "and turned into some dining rooms near the Mansion House for lunch. I took a seat opposite a man who, after viewing me a while, pronounced my name. I immediately recollected him. He was Mr. Charles Hall, member of a firm of London shipbrokers. He had sailed with me as a passenger in a vessel I commanded. We fell into a conversation, and it was natural, perhaps, that our talk should have large reference to the sea. He told me that in all his experience he never remembered so many ships posted as missing. I can scarcely tell you how it came about, but in speaking of missing ships, he mentioned the Flying Spur, in whose fate he was interested, as his firm had negotiated the sale of her to the person who owned her when your husband obtained command. I told him that I had the pleasure of knowing the widow of Captain Reynolds. "Indeed," said he, "that's strange. Reynolds' chief mate was a Mr. Featherbridge, whose mother lives where I do, a pleasant old lady, whom my wife and I have been acquainted with for many years. The last letter Mrs. Featherbridge ever received from her son was dated at Madeira, where the ship had called. Did you hear from your husband at Madeira?" "No," she answered. "It was a long letter," Mr. Hall said, "and it was nearly all about Captain Reynolds and you." Lucretia slightly colored, but remained silent. "Shall I proceed, Mrs. Reynolds? I don't want to pain you, but I believe that whatever concerned your husband after his departure would interest you, and so I took down some notes. I took down some notes of Mr. Hall's conversation to help my memory. If it is your wish that I should tell you what Mr. Featherbridge wrote to his mother, I should be glad to hear," she said distantly. He returned to his notes. "You were living with your mother in Bayswater when you were married. After your marriage, you locked yourself up in your bedroom and refused to see, to speak to, or to have anything whatever to do with Captain Reynolds. It is very wonderful that Mr. Hall should remember the contents of a letter all about a stranger so very, very accurately," exclaimed Lucretia, darkly, nervously, suspiciously, as though she thought that Mr. Goodhart had something of the devil in him. He removed his glasses to polish them. Whenever he was without spectacles or a pince nez, the dull ball of the left eye, lustreless, stained, and veined like those marbles boys call alleys, hallowed by a sort of arceus senilis, these and the wrinkles where he had wounded himself, the scar, the deflected arch of an eyebrow, utterly changing the character of the face, were very visible and instantly took the eye. I certainly shall not go on if I annoy you, but I thought that, knowing what your feelings are for your husband, the latest news of him down to vanishing point, for he disappears afterward as a soap bubble explodes, would interest you. It does, but you can't say he disappears. You brought news of him from the island, news that is later than this Featherbridge letter that was posted, you say, at Madeira. Oh, that island news is very negative news. Its report is merely that Captain Reynolds was on the island, conceived himself dying, nailed all he was worth to the lid of a sea chest with an appeal to the honor of the stranger who found it to hand it to you, and then we must suppose that one day or night he stiffened his spine and, looking up to God, passed out. That's not the news I got from Mr. Hall. There is no reason to believe that my husband is dead, because he was not seen on the island by the officer you sent on shore, she exclaimed, with temper in her eyes and voice. Shall I go on, he asked. Oh, certainly, she replied, in a large, sarcastic, bland manner. He resumed his spectacles and seemed to consider his notes. Featherbridge told his mother that he had helped Captain Reynolds to decoy his wife to the ship, so I gathered from Hall. But his aversion was so violent, so menacing to Reynolds' character among the crew, that in despair he sent her ashore at Falmouth and proceeded on his voyage alone. Hall told me that Featherbridge, who appeared to have been a gentleman and a man of education, described your husband's grief as a form of sorrow that affected him more than any sort of human misery he had witnessed. He forsook his food, his cheeks fell in, he would often in pacing halt and stand rooted and gaze at the sea in an agony of mind, and once he clutched Featherbridge by the arm and looked him in the face with his swimming eyes, and after such a groan as a man gives whose heart breaks, whose spirit flies, whose whole moral being falls into ruin, he cried, "Oh, my God, what have I done that she, the one, the only love of my life, my own, my beautiful, my dearest wife, what have I done that she should abandon me?" Lucretia shrieked and sprang to her feet. "I can endure no more. I cannot indeed. You will drive me madder than I then was. No more, I beg." She brought her foot to the ground with a stamp that shook the ornaments on the mantelpiece, and fanned herself on extravagant motions. He pocketed his glasses and his notes, and put on his pince-nez, and as she was standing, he stood. "It is too much," he exclaimed, with mounting color and enlarged nostril, an eye dramatized into a fine expression of wrath and beauty by her spirit's adjustment of the mobile lid, lash, and brow, "that a matter so sacred and personal to myself as the relations between my husband and me should be talked about in a London eating-house. Nothing of the sort, Mrs. Reynolds. Mr. Hall and I sat apart. He spoke of you and your husband in terms of sympathy. I'm sure you would appreciate Mr. Featherbridge." "I hated that man," burst out Lucretia. "He could look you in the face and tell you a lie. Mr. Featherbridge," continued Reynolds, approaching her by a step or two and keeping his eyes steadily bent upon hers, "referred to you in his letter as one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and he declared himself utterly at a loss to understand why you, who did undoubtedly love your husband well enough to marry him, should immediately after the marriage find something in the man of your choice, this comely, honorable sailor who adored you, to excite the loathing that broke his heart and widowed you." She fanned herself furiously. When he ceased to speak, a deep blush burned her face. The sting of the blood was insupportable. She went to the open window and turned her back upon him. But after a brief interval, without moving her figure, she looked sideways and said, "How dared that man Featherbridge say that? I loathed my husband. Well, Mrs. Reynolds, I trusted that the very last news of your husband that could be given would interest you. I hope, despite my clumsy method of communicating it, we still remain friends." He saw her swaying as she stood. In an instant she was in his arms in a swoon. He carried her to the sofa, laid her upon it, removed her hat, eased her neck, fanned her. If ever human love spoke in gesture and face, it was to be interpreted in the richest eloquence of exalted emotion in that man as he stood over his unconscious wife, ministering to her, wild at heart to kiss her even once, but not denying himself. No, restrained by noble recognition of her rights as a woman whose heavenly offense was chastity, and of her command as his wife who was a virgin. After some little time she sighed, opened her eyes, looked at him with bewilderment, shivered like one suddenly awakened from sleep, and sitting up said, "What has happened to me? You are all right now. The heat overcame you. It is certainly very oppressive." He stepped to a sideboard and mingled a little brandy with some soda water. She drank, seated up, turning to her rich eyes to him, and thanking him with a smile which was lovely, with its mingled colors of emotion, and as the nosegay is sweet and delightful by a variety of hue. "Do you feel better?" he asked, straight-jacketing the deep solicitude of his soul with the demeanor of a commonplace courtesy. "Much. It was the heat. You will send me an acknowledgment of the money?" "Oh, yes, this evening." "Do you keep a banking account in Ramsgate?" "I have banked the money you sent me." "Then you will be able to deal with the check I gave you this afternoon." "I can ever be of service to you in any business or other direction you may indicate. I do beg that you will command my services." She thanked him and rose to go, stepping to the mantelpiece to adjust her hat and collar. "May I see you to the door?" "It is but a step." "Good-bye, Mr. Goodhart. Believe me sincerely grateful for all of your kindness." "Do not forget your flowers, Mrs. Reynolds." He watched her from the doorstep with anxiety until she entered her lodging-house. He paced his room, much harassed by thought. He could not bring himself into a resolution to confess the truth to her. Exhibitions of loyalty, of love, that in her, as a wife, wanted the consecrating element of amoriness, of gratitude, of contrition, these had been in sufficient abundance to furnish a basis for hope or even an incentive to action. Yet could not he persuade himself that if he pulled the mask off him, she would not shrink from the intimacy of wedded association as she had shrunk 8 years before. She might elude him by silently leaving the town, and he could not find will enough to determine him to take his chance and challenge a new repulse, a new insult, a new degradation to his feelings as a man and his rights as a husband. He smiled when he opened her acknowledgment of the check and kissed the signature. They met only once in the 6 days that followed. She had found work for an hour and a half in the afternoon, but he was careful not to lose his hold of her. Almost every day he reminded her of his existence by a gift, a box of peaches, a basket of strawberries, a bouquet of flowers. When he met her on the days preceding the last, which was to dawn fraught with the issue of a lifetime to this couple, she thanked him for his constant kindness. Indeed, she felt overwhelmed. His persistent goodness embarrassed her. She really had no claim upon him. Her manner was gracious, yet there was a constraint in it that was perceptible. It was indeed as though she had said to him, "I do not know if it is your intention to take advantage of my situation and the obligation you have placed me under to push kindness into persecution, but you have done so much that more must cease to be agreeable." Her meaning was as clearly intimated by her behavior and speech as though she had pronounced it in the above words. There was a little coolness in the way she said good night to him. He exactly understood and took delight in what was passing in her mind, and he also judged, and rightly judged, that she was not drawn closer to Mr. Goodhart by his knowledge of her treatment of her husband. Came the 6th day following the afternoon in which Lucretia had drunk tea with Mr. Goodhart and received a check for £218. She had risen somewhat late. A slight headache had detained her in bed. She did not feel well enough to walk through the glaring heat of that July morning. It was about 10 o'clock when she left her room to teach 3 young girls whose parents lived at the westernmost extremity of the West Cliff. She sat at breakfast in a shabby parlor. Mr. Goodhart's Yesterday's gift of flowers glowed on the little dingy chiffonier in which she kept her tea and sugar. A man was bawling fresh soles in the street, and his outcry through the open window was as distracting as though he was in the room. The gilt of the cheap mantel-glass was carefully estranged by red muslin from the blow of the housefly. Lucretia's appetite was not invited by the plain boiled egg, which she neglected for a piece of toast and butter and a cup of tea. The postman knocked. The landlady, very weedy in widow's weeds, entered with a letter. It was addressed to her, and the first address had been to Chepstow Place. This had been erased, and the address of the office in which Dr. Lane had purchased an annuity substituted. This had been erased and replaced by the name and address of Wembley Jones, which in their turn had suffered eviction and yielded to 28 Bellevue Road, Ramsgate. The envelope bore the Valparaiso postmark and the Chilean stamp. A sudden sensation of tightness that made difficult the systole and diastole of the post came upon Lucretia's heart. She's very well remembered that the South Pacific port to which the Flying Spur had sailed was not far distant from Valparaiso, and this, though as a matter of fact it was perfectly irrelevant as a stimulus to thought, quickened in her an hysterical, and as she seemed to feel it, and a frightening imagination that this letter was from her husband. Was the address in his handwriting? But in 8 years the handwriting of some, of many, will change, more or less. She opened the envelope. It enclosed a letter and an envelope containing a letter, the envelope addressed in pencil, to the Honorable Stranger. This envelope was pierced as though a nail had been passed through it. Her dark eyes took on a light and largeness of wonder with presence of alarm. The shadow in expression of the dread of calamity, the look of fear that is in the gaze of one to whom the shape had come to depart no more. The letter ran thus: Ship Wildfire, Valparaiso, April 4, 1898. Dear Madam, I am the third mate of this ship, which sailed from Liverpool for this port in December last year. We found ourselves becalmed off the island of Santa Cristo 3 weeks ago, and the captain sent me ashore to look for turtle and fruit. I found neither, but in overhauling the island I came across a cave in which was an old sea chest with the letter I enclosed nailed to its lid. I pulled out the nail and read the letter, but found that the bonds had been dug up, for a shovel lay close alongside the hole in which they had been buried. It was the hole right enough, for it was marked as Captain Reynolds describes. I guess he was rescued and took away the bonds himself, for I hunted right and left for anything like human remains, and if he had died upon the island he was bound in due course to become a skeleton, and there is no skeleton nor anything answering to a man's bones in that island. In a hollow not far from the cave is Mr. John Goodhart's grave, with a cross raised by your husband, as the inscription cut upon it proves. I thought it my duty to forward the enclosed, as you will naturally wish to hear about your husband, and trusting this letter may safely come in your hands. I am yours truly, Samuel Murdoch. With no more prophetic insight, with no more apprehension by intuition of the truth, whose blaze of light was suddenly to flood her, than had the letter she had held been a tradesman's bill, she took the enclosure from the envelope, curiously labeled, to the Honorable Stranger. The paper was very old, over 100 years old, yellow, stained, of coarse texture, a most singular piece of paper, which, with its scrawl of pencil, might, and could the dead write, be just such a letter as one might expect to receive from a dead man. You remember what Reynolds wrote? How, conceiving that he must be left to perish on the island, and his love forever holding his wife in view, he, with Goodhart's gold pencil and an old roll of paper taken from the chest in the cave, framed the appeal to the Honorable Stranger, which Lucretia was now holding, and was now reading. Though it was but a scrawl, she knew the handwriting, and indeed it was contained in an envelope that she herself had addressed to him, but from which the ink had been washed by immersion when he was in the lifebelt. She read, her face blanched into marble whiteness. She read. The blood stormed in a red-hot torrent to the roots of her hair. She read and looked upwards and thought, "He is my husband. Had not I guessed it? Had not I suspected it in 20 shapes of look and speech and smile?" Again she read, and when she came to this part, she sobbed as if her heart must break. My wife, Lucretia, when I left England, was living with her mother, Mrs. Lane, in Chepstow Place, Bayswater, London, W., and it is my earnest wish that she should be the recipient of these bonds and the property that may be found upon me. To which end I, a broken-hearted, desolate, dying man, humbly and affectionately greet the reader of this letter, and do entreat him, as he loves God and the truth and honor, to convey these words and the property to my wife, Lucretia Reynolds, who, for the trouble he is at in finding her, if she has removed, and in acting as my emissary, will receive £1,500, which he will more greatly enjoy as money honorably and virtuously gained than if he kept the whole sum, thereby robbing the widow and blasting the only hope which keeps warm and alive the heart that dictates these words. Again I greet and bless you and thank you for the noble services you will be doing me. Frances Reynolds. The truth was very clear to her now. Mr. Goodhart was her husband. It was her husband who had brought her the £150, not from the island, but as a gift from his love and loyalty. But oh, why had he waited all these years? Why had he not come sooner? It was her husband who had caused the bank to send a check for £218. He had dwelt near her and brooded over her and courted her as Goodhart, and her heart smiled in remembrance of her triumph in that. Why had he not come sooner? Why had he not revealed himself? Her instincts as a woman pierced to the very sanctuary where the truth was enshrined, and his motives were as intelligible to her as though he had explained them. She stood rooted in thought, with her eyes on the papers in her hands, then took pen and ink, sat down at the table and wrote, "My Frank, you are revealed to me by the enclosed. Come to me, come quickly and forgive me. Lucretia." She put this note and a letter she had received into an envelope which she addressed to John Goodhart, Esquire, and rang the bell. The landlady's daughter appeared. "Miss Simpkins, will you please run with this at once to Mr. Goodhart's lodgings?" The girl of 14 took the letter and vanished, and Lucretia from her window saw her rapidly walk to the house in Augusta Road, handing the letter, and leisurely return, for there were dishes to wash and beds to make, and the little Miss Simpkins was in no hurry. Reynolds was reading a London daily paper when the servant gave him Lucretia's letter. He read it and sprang to his feet, pausing for a moment in a swift distraction or delirium of reverie upon his letter, which he had written in the island, for into it swept, with the velocity of sunshine, the whole of that heavy term of ocean solitude, and for an instant the full picture was before him, with Goodhart's grave, and the cave, and the shovel, and the cookpit, just as at midnight the broad circle of the sea or the hills and the plains of a face of country are flashed into brilliance by a dart of lightning. He put on his cap, and in a minute or two had measured the distance that divided his own from Lucretia's lodgings. He knocked, was admitted, passed into the parlor, the door of which he closed, and stood cap in hand, looking at his wife. Manifestly, since sending to him, she had been struggling to school herself for this meeting. You saw that in her posture and demeanor as she stood at the table, which remained covered with the breakfast things. But the fragile foundations and props of a woman's resolution must sink under the weight of a woman's passion and emotion. She said, "Oh, Frank, I know you now. I see you in your changed face, and," but then the constricted chords in her throat refused to deliver the message of her mind. All on a sudden she sank down on her knees by the table, and hiding her face in her arm, wept and wept. He rushed to her side, fell upon his knees, and put his arm about her. He pressed his cheek to hers and murmured endearments, calling her his only love, his dear wife, his noble Lucretia. But it seemed that she would not have any of this just yet. For, rising in a blind way, she got round to the other side of the table, and he stood up with such a deadly chill of fear of her reception that for a space he remained and looked like a figure in stone. "Not yet, Frank, not yet," she exclaimed, extending her hands towards him, but in the posture of repulsion. "Mr. Featheridge told a lie when he wrote that I loathed you. Loathed. Oh, no, I loved you. I loathed myself. But something worked in me with a power that was stronger than love or loathing, and I could not. You violated that mad spirit in me that would have wasted itself had you given me time. Had you gone your voyage when you brought me by a falsehood to your ship. But I afterwards knew that, even when I silently left you at Falmouth, I was loving you as I had loved you when I accepted you, and I also knew that a power had worked in me which had made me false, but, oh, Frank, more faithless to myself than to you." He moved as though to go to her, but her outstretched arms held him off. "But what was your love?" she continued. "You went away and have never written, never made a sign, never came home to see if I were alive and true to you. 8 years. And I have thought you dead. Otherwise I should have known you. Changed as you are the Frank I loved and married. I should have known you, and you have left me alone. When had you returned and sought me and claimed me, you would have found me your loyal wife, loving you, deploring you, accusing myself of a wickedness whose memory works in me in torment, and again, in thinking of you and recalling my conduct at our marriage, I could have destroyed myself." Her arms slowly fell to her sides. Her head sank. "Lucretia," he said in a low voice, whose tone thrilled with his love and the thoughts her words had excited, "I do not dare seek you because I dreaded your reception. I am a man, and you have the feelings of a man, and I feared you. You might have spurned me again. You might even yet spurn me." "No," she cried, and ran to him. And he folded her in his arms and pressed his lips upon hers, and thus they stood, husband and wife. End of chapter 16. Recording by Gary Ullman, West Palm Beach, Florida.